dealing with means what legislative remedies are there in case of violence upon women if it is there. And in the fourth session, we will be hearing Professor Dolly Jabbal Madam from NLU Odisha on the reproductive and maternal health of women. Dr. Durgamani Patel Madam will be there with us in the valedictory session from KP Mehta School of Law, Mumbai. I hope, or let us hope, that every participant who has joined this training program would be definitely sensitized on the issue of women's rights, and this will enable our participants to work towards the proper implementation of these rights. And in a way, we will work together jointly towards the creation of a gender neutral society. I am thankful to the principal sir, vice principal sir, and all the members of Marathwada Legal and General Education Society for always motivating us to conduct such programs. Again, I would like to thank IQC coordinator Dr. Aparna Kotapalle Madam for the reason that whenever I stuck while organizing this training program, she helped me out. Again, thank you to all the faculty members and participants for joining this training program. With this, I will stop here. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to have the introduction about this training program. Thank you. Over to you, Asif.
Thank you, ma'am. Today, we have with us respected Honorable Dr. V.S. Elizabeth, ma'am, Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu National Law University, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. Ma'am is qualified with MA, PhD in History, LLB, and registered for LLD Interdisciplinary at National Law School of India University in 2018. Honorable ma'am has contributed in the past as professor at National Law School of India University, as a member at High Level Committee on Status of Women, Government of India, as a member of Governing Board of International Association of Law Schools at Washington, D.C., and as a member of Executive Committee of Indian Association of Women's Studies. Her areas of interest lies in women and law, violence against women, with specific focus on domestic violence and sexual harassment of women from the perspective of human rights and feminist jurisprudence, and history of medieval period, particularly the socio-economic history of South India. Dr. V.S. Elizabeth ma'am has more than 15 publications to her name. Respected ma'am has work experience as a PhD guide, and she guided one PhD student, Soumya Uma, on the topic of victim and witness protection in cases of gender-based violence, who was awarded PhD in 2018. And she also guided 6 LLM students of the human rights stream and one with the business law stream. Ma'am coordinated legal literacy classes in 3 local undergraduate colleges in Bangalore since 1998 on the Constitution. From 1984 to 1986, she worked as part-time lecturer at Kairali Education Trust's Indiranagar Junior College, Bangalore. In 1986-87, she worked as full-time lecturer at Maharani Lakshmi Amani College for Women, Malleshwaram, Bangalore. Honorable Ma'am worked as UGC Junior Research Fellow at Department of History at Mangalore University from 1987 to 1991. Respected ma'am is having research experience on various topics like the key issues in gender in the state of Karnataka, domestic violence, a study through court records, and political structure of the Deccan under the Rashtrakutas. Ma'am has participated and delivered keynote addresses in various national and international conferences. Honorable ma'am is having life membership of Indian History Congress and Indian Association of Women's Studies. He is member of Planning Board of National Law University, Nagpur, Academic Council of National Law School of India University, Consortium of Law Universities, Academic Council of Gujarat National Law University, and she is President of Managing Committee of Equitable Tourism Option, Bangalore since 2019. Also, Professor Dr. V.S. Elizabeth ma'am has countless achievements to her name. I welcome you ma'am on behalf of all, and we are fortunate to have you here. Now I request Professor Dr. V.S. Elizabeth ma'am to take over the platform for the inaugural address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for reading out my entire brief resume. Respected Dr. N.V., Manikyala Rao, Principal of the MP Law College, Dr. Rajay Lakshmi, Honorary Professor of Law, Andhra University, respected faculty and students of the MP Law College, as well as all the participants in this online training program on women's rights. I'm grateful to Dr. Manikyala Rao for having invited me to deliver the inaugural address of this online training program. When we talk about women's rights, it isn't anything new. As you've seen the program schedule, you're going to have speakers after me who are going to be talking about the international perspective, the national perspective, and various specific aspects of women's rights. I thought in the inaugural address today, I will slightly change this entire thing so that all of you would be able to think about this from a slightly different perspective so that it doesn't become another formality, where we talk about women's rights. This has been going on for very long. In my almost 40 years of teaching and, participating in various programs of this kind, it just keeps happening. Every year we come and we talk about women's rights from the international to the national. We talk about various women's rights and nothing has changed. So for me, it seems like, such a waste of all our time and our effort in having, read about it, discussed and participated. And then we go back to the same thing the next year, repeat the same thing all over again. So I thought, let us, in trying to understand why we keep repeating this endlessly, meaninglessly, with no change taking place, maybe it's because of the perspective we have, which is extremely problematic. Right? We look at it merely as a formality. We are not really committed to the idea of women's rights. We really don't think women have a right to anything. Women have only duties. I remember, about 10, 15 years ago being invited to a human rights training program in Bangalore, where I was requested to speak about duties of women. And I was like really shocked. You have a program on women's human rights and you want me to talk about the duties of women. And the person who came to invite me said, because these days women know too much about their rights and they're not doing their duties. I said, I'm sorry, I disagree with you. It's the other way around. Women know too much about their duties and are not able to still experience their rights. So I'm sorry, I'm not talking about the duties of women. I don't think any woman needs to be told what her duties are. And anyway, they're all there in the Brahmanical texts, right from the Dharma Sutras of Apastamba, Bhaudayana and Gautama and Vashishta to, the Manusmriti, and then, you have the latest Smritis, the Narada Smriti, the Brihaspati Smriti, and the rest of them. They all talk about women's duties. They have a chapter on women's duties. And these are all texts which were written about 1,500 to 2,000 years ago. And yet, in the 21st century, if we still want to talk about women's duties, that will be a problem. I would rather, look at the entire thing from the constitutional perspective. Again, don't be afraid, whoever is going to talk about it. I'm not talking about the constitutional rights, but looking at the constitutional framework where our constitution makers 70 odd years ago, when they were imagining this country into existence, wanted this country to be a democratic republic, secular, and a country where there'd be justice, liberty, and equality for all. They said for all citizens, on behalf of all the citizens of India present in 1950 and those who are yet to come into existence in the future, they imagined a country where there would be justice for everyone, there would be equality, there would be liberty, there would be fraternity, and of course, more importantly, the dignity of the individual. Now, the reason why we have repeatedly have to have these kind of programs where we talk about women's rights is because we have failed to acknowledge and recognize women as individuals. We cannot imagine women beyond their gender roles, roles that have been ascribed to them by society, roles that have been given to them by society, not something they are born with, not something inherent to them. So we only see women as wives, as mothers, as daughters, not even as sisters often, because, sisters rarely we talk about their duties. We talk about the duties of the mother, we talk about the duty of a wife, we talk about the duty of a daughter. And because of this, we cannot imagine women as persons, as human beings who exist and who have a right, who deserve to be treated well, who have a right to living in a society without fear of violence. That women are entitled as all human beings to have, equal access to livelihood, to clean air, to clean water, to be able to pursue whatever job that they want, to have the right to choose what course they want to study, and where they want to study, what they want to become. Because right from childhood, we put it into a little girl's head, and therefore all the little boys' heads as well, that, girls are going to grow up to be somebody's wife. They will one day be somebody's mother. So in order to train them, we give them dolls, we give them cooking sets, we make them assist their mothers. We never give importance to their education. We never give importance to their talents. We rarely, if ever, allow little girls to go and play games, to become good in some of these sports, besides, of course, all the other things that are there. Because we just cannot imagine women having their own dreams, that a little girl can dream to become a pilot or an army officer, or become a teacher, an engineer, a doctor, an artist. The opportunities are limitless, but we do not talk about those things when we talk about little girls. We only see little girls growing up into becoming somebody's wife and mother. And therefore, why in our Varna Dharma, women are said to not have a caste. They take on the caste of the man they marry. Very interesting, no? And very convenient it is. In a society which is so caste ridden, women don't have a caste because, if there are not enough women in a particular caste, go and get women from other castes. And it is not intercaste, mind you. Then it becomes, they don't have a caste, now they become Brahmins, they have become Kayasthas, they have become, whatever else caste it is. That is the context of, the way in which in the northwest of India, in Punjab and Haryana, where we have falling sex ratio, it isn't a problem for them to go and marry, poor women, low caste women from Bihar, from Andhra, from the Malabar and other, areas where there is so much poverty that families are willing to sell their daughters to these men. So it doesn't matter what the caste of these men is, because whatever caste the women may have or be born into, they take on the caste of the husbands. Very convenient, these things, because through that, women just become things. They just become objects. They just become instruments. They are not seen as persons who are having, their own personality, their own dreams, their own desires, their own options. We just do not imagine it. So today, I think what we need to be focusing on is what is the duty of this society towards women? Because women's rights will never become a reality. As I said, I have been talking about this for nearly 35, 40 years. And if I'm still having to talk about it, it just as nothing has changed. And if something has to change, if not in the next 1 year, but let us say the next decade, even as we're all looking at the Millennium Development Goals and we're looking at a sustainable future, let us hope that in the future, things will change if we change our focus from simply paying lip service to women's rights to actually talking about what is the duty of society towards its girls and women. Because if we can talk about the duty of the society and the state towards the girls and women, then the rights would become a reality. Then we'll actually facilitate girls and women's access to their rights, both in their private as well as in their public lives. So what is the duty of the society we live in? What is the duty of families towards their daughters? First thing, duty to let them live. Let's not all rush into the abortion clinics and get rid of a female fetus. I know there are laws, the PCPNDT Act, it has been amended and changed, but it is a joke. The fact that, the sex ratio is still not equal tells you that people are aborting female fetuses. And this is not, some illiterate, ignorant woman or family somewhere in the rural areas of India. Abortion of female fetuses is happening in the urban areas. Educated women are part of it. Not because educated women always have the choice. Yes, and that is another thing to talk about, right? And the duty of the society towards educated married women. So first of all, the duty of the society and the family is to let girls be born. If we can allow girls to be born and they, can be given a home, a family in which they will be safe, They will not be sexually assaulted by their fathers and brothers and uncles and grandfathers and neighbors and others who visit that home. That they will grow up in a home where a child, all of us talk about the innocence of a child. The duty of the family and society is to ensure that this girl child grows up as innocently as she is. There is time for her to understand the real world, but let her live in that innocence. Let her not be subject to any kind of sexual abuse or to any kind of abuse. No abuses about the way she looks, no abuses about her looks, no abuses about her intelligence, no abuses about the size and of her body or her height, the features. Let us not have any of those things. Instead, give her a free environment where she can be who she is. Let us satisfy her curiosity by giving her the books and the toys and other things that will enable her to grow up intelligently. Let us give her good food. Keep in mind that there are vast chunks in our society, in this country, where children are under malnutrition. The children don't grow up healthily. And because they're not being fed properly between the ages of 3 to 8, they grow up, mentally challenged, that they become physically, ill. So let us create that environment where little girls are first of all born. Secondly, that they will grow in a healthy, happy, free environment without any kind of abuse and violence perpetrated on their bodies and their minds and emotions, where they're given all the opportunities to play with different kinds of things, where a child is allowed to play rather than become a little mother taking care of her younger brothers and sisters, or assisting her mother because her mother has so much to do. Let us liberate her mother so that the daughter also can be liberated. And then let us give her the right to education, put her in a good school. Let us encourage her to study rather than all the time dragging her, into helping mommy, setting the table, looking after her brother. Let us give her the environment where she can study so that she enjoys learning. I enjoy even now at 60, learning something new. And I'm constantly looking to learn something. That should be the kind of, interest we instill in a child so that she continues to enjoy learning and doesn't find learning a drudgery. So let us put her into a school where she is treated with respect and dignity, where the teachers will attend to her curiosity and encourage her to grow. And even as she grows, let us give her that sex education, which enables her to understand what is this menstrual cycle? How does one get pregnant? That she has a right to her body, that nobody can, violate that body. That we create a society where men and women look at young girls not as potential objects for sexual gratification, but as the youth of today and the citizens of tomorrow, as people who grow up to create a world which will be so much the better for all of us, because we have encouraged them to learn, to explore, and therefore to discover and invent new things. When we have given a girl child this kind of a setting, then you can be sure that that girl child will walk with her head held high. Let us not teach her to put her head down or force her head down. Let her walk with dignity. Let her look at you in the eye and let her confidently assert who she is. Let her not be worried about, all these loafers on the street trying to take advantage of her. Let us, come down upon them so that we don't have to wait till, some criminal, sets her on fire or throws acid on her or even stabs her to death. As we know, these are the realities that many of our young women face when they go to college and they start working. Just because they turn against, they do not think that every man who starts paying them a little attention and who keeps on persecuting them, harassing them, is a potential, husband. Let us make that a reality. And when she goes to complain in the police stations, let those police stations be places where you are comfortable walking, that you look at them as people who will safeguard your interests. And so you boldly walk in to complain and say, this is happening or that is happening, and take action. Let us have, government officers at every level who look at the interests of these little girls, these young women and the adult women, so that the policies they have to draft, the policies that they enforce and implement will safeguard the interests of girls and women. If we do not change the way you and I who are here in this meeting change the way we think about women, we can keep talking about women's rights till the next century. That is a kind of irony and a joke that it has become when we talk about women's rights. And all the time people are talking about the numerous laws that are there supposedly for protecting women. If that is true, we need to ask ourselves, why are there so few women in parliament? Why are there so few women judges in the high courts and the Supreme Court of India? There are about barely 6 women judges. And over the last 65 years or more, there have not even been a dozen women judges on the Supreme Court bench. We are here in a law college. We need to ask these questions rather than doing these things merely as a routine, as some kind of a duty and paying lip service to these kind of things. What we need to start asking ourselves is, why, when supposedly there are all these legal protections and legal mechanisms, national as well as international, that we need to have a special day to celebrate women, when we recall what are their rights. And that is when you realize how much is wrong with our society, which is why, as we are doing at the Tamil Nadu National Law University, is to look at law through an interdisciplinary perspective. Because law, the way in which we teach it and practice it in India, is purely in a positivist perspective. We assume law to be neutral, which is why, I don't agree with, the professor who welcomed us this morning, saying we're looking forward to a gender neutral future. No, 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 no. We need a gender sensitive future, not a gender neutral future. Because gender neutral means gender blind. Everything will be done from a man's perspective, looked at from a man's perspective, and then we'll say it's gender neutral. No, I do not want a gender neutral society. What I want is a gender sensitive society, because let us keep in mind that it is not only men and women that we have in society, we have the third gender. In fact, when you look at the entire rainbow of genders, there are so many different genders. What we want is a gender sensitive society, gender sensitive law. Only then will we have a society where all human beings will live with dignity, be treated with respect, be honored, and will be able to live meaningful lives without even fearing violence, whether in their homes or outside of it. Because as you know today, that is not the reality for many of them. Harassed and persecuted inside in the home by their families, and harassed and persecuted outside, and very often even killed. That is the reality. So what we need is a gender sensitive society that will come into being, and a gender sensitive society cannot happen unless we as lawyers, law teachers, and law students start looking at the law and our society from an interdisciplinary perspective. What do sociologists tell us about our society? Why is it that the law has failed in the last 200 years to actually empower women and improve the status of women? Because all that has happened in the last 200 odd years is that there are several legislations supposedly in the name of women, but women are not the subjects of those legislations. The debates about sati or widow remarriage were not about the women and their welfare, not even the Child Marriage Act. All of this was about good tradition, bad tradition. It is about the colonial rulers and the native, leaders. It wasn't about the girls and women at all. And unless we understand these things, we will keep on enacting new laws and making women frustrated because, there are all these laws and, we have no protection from the kind of violence we experience in our daily lives. Then you look at, where is the option? Keep in mind that this is one of the reasons why young women who are married and subjected to domestic violence choose to kill themselves, because they don't see a future. You might have 304B, you might have 498A. Look at how many convictions do you have. But even before you go to convictions, is to look at how many cases are there, how many have reported. And then you have to ask yourselves as law students, law professors, and lawyers, Why is there such low reporting? Why is there such low conviction? And those answers cannot come from looking at the law as purely lawyers and law teachers. You need to bring in the perspective of the sociologist, the economist, the political scientist, even the historian. Because unless you understand that the past is not some wonderful romantic period, you are not going to move forward. Because we keep talking about the Vedic period, which was some 2000, 3,500 years ago. And then keep saying, we respect women. Really? This is how we respect women, by, subjecting them to these kinds of violence and indignities. Let us not live in that kind of, imaginary, romanticized world. Let's look at the past as it was. It is not a black and white past. There are some things that were good in it. There's a lot that was bad in it. And much of it that is not relevant to us today, because we are living in the digital world. We are not living in the world where cattle rearing was the mode of production. So let's bring in this interdisciplinary perspective, especially anthropology, which is very close to our own discipline, so that as we look at the present, we can actually conceive of a future where there would be a gender sensitive society, where everyone will be respected and taken care of by the society and the state, so that they do not have to fight to become who they are. If there are some of us women here who are leaders, it's not because we were handed this in a plate. We have struggled from the time we chose to study to the professional choices we have made and where we are today. It didn't happen by chance. It didn't happen because of somebody's generosity and liberality, but because we fought. For those of us who have fought, some of us had supportive families. Many of us, in spite of our families, we have become who we are. And all I'm saying is, if we can move towards becoming a more gender sensitive society, then everyone in the society can benefit from it. Not just the girls and women. The boys and men can be better human beings than the kind of beasts and animals sometimes that they are in the kind of things that they do. And boys and men who are sensitive will have a better environment to display who they are than to hide behind the facade of being a macho man. Then boys and men will have more choices and opportunities rather than being forced into streams that they do not want to be, simply because those are masculine jobs to take or a masculine course to do. So by creating a society in which girls and women will thrive, we will be benefiting all of society. On the other hand, by having supported and encouraged and reinforced a patriarchal society, we have disadvantaged women on a large scale, and men too have suffered as a consequence. And unless we make the rights of women a struggle not to be made only by women, but a struggle in which all the men will also join, it is a losing battle. You gain some and you lose a lot. Every step forward is 5 steps backward. Look at where we are today. 21st century, in terms of technology, we have advanced superbly to the extent where we can talk about going and colonizing other planets. But if we live in a world where women die fulfilling their gender roles of becoming mothers, because remember, India has one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the world, where a woman cannot decide for herself whether she wants to keep the fetus or get rid of it because it is not convenient for her right now. Abortion isn't a right, not in this country, not anywhere in the world. You know all the kind of backward steps that are being taken in the United States of America. One looks at the US as an advanced country, but when it comes to women's rights, they're as backward as we or any other country in the world are. One by one, all the gains of the women's movement of the 20th century are now being lost as a result of having reactionary politicians in place in the legislatures of the world, not just in our country, but all over the world. And that is why my call today isn't about discussing women's rights and telling women what fantastic rights they have. In this training program, I think you need to look at the rights of women through the perspective of the duties that the family and society has towards the women. When you are and looking at the rights, don't just learn what are these rights, when did they get enacted, why they were enacted, but rather critically look at them. What have they done in the last several decades that they have been there? In what ways have they advanced women's status? Because I tell you, as a student of history and law, that women's status has remained unchanged. Women are still the second sex, as Simone de Beauvoir said way back in the 1960s. Women's roles have changed. I agree with you totally on that. There are formal rights for women. I agree with you on that. But the practical reality is that their status has not changed. And that is the reason why we have all these crimes against women. That is the reason why we have this kind of a society where girls and women do not get decent food or enough food, that they do not have proper clothing and shelter, that they are still illiterate, that even if they're imparted in education, it isn't an education which helps develop their minds and gives them better opportunities, because their status still remains that of second-class citizens. So you need to examine these rights that you will be studying in the next few days and through the course of this day, to examine it critically. Have they succeeded? If they succeeded, where have they succeeded? How have they succeeded? Don't be satisfied that it is in the law. Look at if it is a reality for the women. And as all of us participate, right? We are either women and men, or we also have, sisters and mothers. We have women friends. Look at their lives and see to what extent they're all living with dignity. To what extent do they have choices? Because to me, women's empowerment cannot be said to have happened till a woman can determine what happens to her body. How do I want? If I say I am fine the way I am, I don't want people saying, why don't you use fairness creams? If I say I'm fair, I'm fine with having gray hair, I don't want people telling me I need to dye my hair. If I say I'm fine the way I am, I don't want people telling me I need to diet now before I get married. I don't want people telling me, that I need to be only eating this or that or the other, because otherwise I'll become fat and ugly. If I cannot be satisfied with my body the way it is, then you can't tell me that I'm empowered. If I cannot decide what course to study, you cannot tell me I'm empowered. If I cannot choose the job that I want and be treated with dignity there, then you cannot tell me I'm empowered. If I cannot control the money I earn and decide what I do with that money, you cannot tell me that I'm empowered. If you cannot let me choose when to get married, who to get married, when to have children or not to have children, or not to get married, you cannot tell me as a woman that I'm empowered. So when you look at these legislations, look at them critically, because all of us, can go to any of these websites and we can find the entire convention and the laws. But what will not be there is a critical analysis of them. And that is what I wish that all of you as participants in today's program will actually do. With that, I come to the end of my inaugural address. I hope that it has given you some food for thought, and that it has at least made some of you think differently about women's rights. And in the hope that at least a few of you who are here will actually take this up and create a world, contribute to creating a world which will be gender sensitive, so that all of us can live in a happy world and not be constantly having to turn and look over our shoulder saying, who's following us? What is he up to? Is he coming after me? Those kind of things. And instead be able to, use our minds for the things that are important and relevant, which will enable all of us to live, contributing towards each other's well-being. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Rao, for having given me this opportunity to inaugurate this training program.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us. Today, we are blessed to have with us as our guest of honor, Dr. Rajalakshmi ma'am. Respected ma'am is serving as Honorary Professor of Law at Andhra University. Ma'am has done ML and PhD with area of specialization in international law and environmental law. Honorable ma'am has received Decennial Celebrations Prize in BL for securing first rank in public international law. Very Narayan Murthy Gold Medal for Best Thesis in 1998 and Best Research Award in 2008. She is having 32 years of teaching experience in Andhra University, National Law Institute University, Bhopal, and Geetam Law School, Vishakhapatnam. Dr. Rajalakshmi ma'am is having administrative experience as placement officer at College of Law, Andhra University, as coordinator for UGC supported LLM in human rights, as chairperson of Board of Studies at College of Law, Andhra University, and she also carried out many confidential assignments in reputed national bodies like UGC, Ministry of Human Resources, etc. as subject expert. Respected ma'am has many books published to her name, like book on environment and sustainable development, book on international organizations, and many more. Ma'am has published around more than 50 articles in various academic journals. Honorable ma'am has presented more than 70 papers and delivered more than 100 lectures as a resource person at various international conferences and workshops. Also, Dr. Raja Lakshmi ma'am has countless achievements to her name. I welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of college and participants, and I am very thankful to you, ma'am, for your auspicious presence, and we are glad to have you here, ma'am. Dr. Rajalakshmi ma'am will be delivering keynote address on women's rights, international perspectives, wherein she will be dealing with UDHR and international conventions on women's rights. There is one announcement to make for participants. If you have any queries, please text it in the chat box during the session. Now I request ma'am to take over the platform and enlighten us.
Thank you. That's an elaborate introduction. I would have been happy if you simply introduced me as honorary professor of Andhra University. First of all, let me thank Dr. C.M. Rao for inviting me to take some part in this online training program. And of course, my greetings also go to Dr. Aparna and other students and other participants. Well, friends, that's a great call that came from Professor Elizabeth, Honorary Vice Chancellor. The call that she has given that it is time that if at all one hopes for a society, the society has to be a gender sensitive society. That's a great call, I would consider. And her deliberation really has provided a wonderful kickstart for the proceedings of this online training program. Now, I am asked to provide certain insights on international perspectives of women empowerment. I would begin with the basic theme, this year's theme on the occasion of, so far as this year is concerned, with reference to women, the theme that was provided by the United Nations is gender equality today for sustainable tomorrow. This is the theme. So what is the link between gender equality and sustainable tomorrow? Because I feel that essentially the link is something to do with balance. Sustainable development is a concept of balance. And there is an implicit caution in this theme. Unless there is gender equality right today, you cannot expect tomorrow. Tomorrow is not sustainable. You cannot hope to have a tomorrow that would sustain us. So this is the implicit caution that you find in this theme, gender equality today for sustainable tomorrow. Well, when we talk about gender equality, as Professor Elizabeth has pointed out, we have been talking about gender equality since very, very long time. And yet, even today, we are making the call for getting this gender equality. This is the major problem that we are confronted with. Well, the question is, this call has been there since quite some time. At least it has come into the public domain quite some time. And as she has pointed out that we I mean, though I would say this much, that we did progress, as she rightly pointed out, that at least on certain formal measures are concerned, and as a matter of fact, also at least in sub segments, maybe at least in some aspects, maybe there are positive developments. They will have to be taken into consideration. That's a different matter. But the point is that still there is the need for us to talk about gender equality. So that means there is something much more to be done. So coming to this international perspectives, well, the basic gender equality is not something, is a goal with which it's not simply a goal of India. It has acquired the status of being the goal of sustainable development. In other words, I would call it as a global goal. So that simply points out that the problem of lack of gender equality is present everywhere. As Professor Elizabeth has pointed out, that while we call countries like United States of America as advanced countries and developed countries, we give that kind of a tag to them, but yet when it comes to these fundamental aspects of justice, they are very much lagging behind. So that is a reality, and therefore this question of gender equality obviously has got global importance. So in this regard, whether there are any initiatives made, any international initiatives made, well, I would say that definitely there are some encouraging initiatives that had come, particularly from the United Nations. United Nations, right after its establishment, it focused on, one of the focus areas of the United Nations happened to be the inferior status of women. And right after its establishment, within a matter of 1 year, it did establish a commission on status of women, and subsequently, the United Nations has been relentlessly working on this question of gender equality. And the main plank on which United Nations has been trying to project the necessity for gender equality, or trying to explain I mean, say in how we should look at this question of gender equality. The main plank of ideology of the United Nations happened. Hello, 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 hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, madam.
Oh, then I don't know. I got a call. I'm sorry. I thought some problem. That's why I got a call from the college. Fine. So therefore, this is the human rights ideology, and I would say that this human rights ideology indeed had helped, at least in giving that trust, the at least the theoretical kind of a trust for the cause of gender equality. So when the United Nations has, is one of the purposes is to promote respect for human rights, and obviously it could not get lost of the sight that human rights ideology is very much, human rights, when it comes to question of human rights, it is very much, what to say, there is deficit in the gender dimension of it. So when we talk about human rights, well, we describe these human rights as natural rights, and we call them as inherent rights. And so we say that irrespective of the countries, every human being is entitled, and the basic qualification for the entitlement of human rights is nothing but the birth as a human being. And when that is your entitlement, when that is your right, obviously what is expected is that that should be enjoyed. All human rights are expected to be enjoyed. The question, this is where we see that gap. You say that all are entitled, therefore we expect that everybody should be able to enjoy. But the question, practical question is everybody enjoying this? We find that so far as women are concerned, obviously there is this gap between entitlement and enjoyment. This is the gap. And therefore, the trust is for enforcing the rights, get these rights enforced. That means there are some section of people who are entitled, but they're unable to enjoy it. So therefore, they need some kind of an external support. This is where the law comes. Law is something like which it contributes to the enforcement of human rights of those who are unable to enjoy these human rights. The last one is entitlement, enjoyment, enforcement, and fourth one is empowerment. So this is an external measure. This is something like by way of an external support that is coming from somebody to lead the life of worthy existence, capable of enjoying all the human rights. So therefore, empowerment is the ultimate. So far as human rights enjoyment is concerned, it's not because you're externally supported. It's because you're inherently entitled to that. You should be empowered enough. The power should be within you so that you will be able to enjoy. So this is how we have to understand human rights ideology. And when we look at the position of women in society on the plank of human rights, we find that theoretically they're entitled, theoretically they're eligible for enjoyment, but they are not getting that enjoyment, and therefore they need to be empowered, and for which of course enforcement, legal support, definitely it has got a vital role to play, though I would say that it does not have an exclusive role to play. As madam has pointed out that it is a lot to do with the society in which the rights, because the gap in the enjoyment of human rights is something related with the society in which the human beings are placed in the respective societies. Different kinds of violations you find. So depending upon different societies, the expectations, the attitudes, gender is a matter of social construct. How a particular society construes the role of a woman, the existence of a woman, the identity of a woman, that is something which is having a predominant impact on the enjoyment of these human rights. And of course, United Nations has been right from the beginning, right from its first instrument of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it was emphasizing on right to equality. While it has given a list of human rights, identified human rights, it starts with this right to equality. Everybody on an equal basis are supposed to be entitled to that. So equality is on the top of the whole list of human rights, because unless human rights are guaranteed on an equal basis, unless they're enjoyed on an equal basis, obviously human rights ideology itself loses its very spirit and loses its meaning. That spirit is something we find in all the instruments of United Nations. So wherein time and again it has been speaking about the necessity to of the women, both men and women. It speaks about the rights of the men and women. You find it in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You find it in the binding declaration is non-binding, but then even in the binding covenants like International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. In all those things, United Nations time and again it has been reiterating on the equality between men and women. And a very key statement that has come from the United Nations with a specific, very pointed, pointed statement. It came from Vienna Declaration of 1993. So wherein it said that women's rights are human rights. It made a categorical statement. It said that human rights of women and girl children are inalienable, integral, and indivisible part of universal human rights. The essential character of human rights which we envisage whenever we talk about human rights is that irrespective of wherever the human being, they're supposed to have that universal. It's a question of universality. Human being anywhere. So it is nothing to do with a country, it should be nothing to do with a given society. And therefore, it says that it is part of inalienable, that cannot be transferred. even in the name of interest of the society or interest of a particular section of people or for the convenience of a certain section of people. It is an indivisible part of universal human rights. You cannot segregate women's rights as if when it comes to the class of persons as women as a class, because they're biologically different. So that should not be making any difference. Because we are talking about equality, today we talk about why we are talking about. The question is that why are we talking about this the gender justice? Why are we talking about gender equality? Well, it's a fact. It's a natural reality that men and women are born in different ways in biological terms. The question is, should this biological difference make a difference in the enjoyment of human rights? That should not be the case. See, the nature survives on difference, diversity. Women contribute to the diversity just as men also contribute to diversity. Anything that is part of this diversity, by virtue of that diversity alone, it cannot be a subject matter of discrimination. Respect for diversity is the essential component of sustainable development. If you say that without this, there cannot be, without gender equality, there cannot be sustainable future. So here, the equality between men and women as human beings. Therefore, in order to have that, there must be that unfairness involved in the gender construct of natural human beings that should be leveled, that should be minimized. This is where that's the call that's been given by Professor Elizabeth. I would indeed say that that's a great call, because I mean, she put it for one reason. She said, so I would take that call as the necessity of for the tomorrow to be sustainable. What we require is a society which is gender sensitive. It should be sensible and also it should be sensitive. And having said that, SIDA, SIDA also has been given as one of the reference points of my discussion. SIDA, this is Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which was adopted. The significance of this convention is this is a convention which exclusively focused upon the rights of the women. And prior to that, of course, this was the outcome of various international conferences were there, right from, I mean, there were Mexico, Copenhagen, Nairobi, Beijing conference. Subsequent to that, I mean, we have this CEDA agreement, CEDA convention. This is something like which is in fact is considered to be something like what to say most fundamental text so far as women right to equality is concerned, what it propagates. And in this I just want to, in fact I have made a PowerPoint, but then I think because of time constraint, let me do away with that. But so here I just want to read out the discrimination, the definition of discrimination as provided by SIDA. SIDA defines discrimination against women as any distinction, exclusion, or restriction, separating them, completely eliminating them. Maybe you're not eliminating, completely avoiding, but then you are restricting that. All the three categories are involved in this. Discrimination has been given a very wide ambit. That this is one of the most beautiful, this is the most beautiful, the most comprehensive definition of discrimination is what I feel any distinction, exclusion, or restriction based. This is something which is based upon the basis of sex. Well, you cannot say that there can never be any distinction, there can never be any exclusion, there can never be any restriction. Wherever it is required, restrictions would be required. Wherever it is required, distinctions would be required. Wherever it is required, exclusions would be called for. But it cannot be on the basis that because so and so happened to be of a particular sex, because she happened to be a woman, she need to be excluded. So that kind of a rationality, why are you excluding? Why are you restricting? Why are you distinguishing? This is what matters. It and having these are the three, the effect of that is addressed as discrimination. the distinction, the effect of distinction, exclusion, or restriction, the effect or purpose of is impairing or nullifying recognition, enjoyment, or exercise by women. You are nullifying, you are impairing. If that is the effect on, because of that, the recognition of a woman, enjoyment of a woman, or exercise by a woman of her human rights, well, definitely this is a case of a discrimination. And in all fields, political, economic, social, cultural, civil, or any other field, very comprehensive definition of gender women discrimination against women is concerned. So therefore, and in this regard, SIDA required the states to take certain series of measures to against to see that there is no discrimination to be faced by the women by the women of their respective societies. And yeah, Beijing, in the Beijing conference, there are about 12 critical areas that have been identified. And as Professor Elizabeth has pointed out, that we would find that they are truly critical areas, and even today we are very much lagging. Gender equality, these areas are women and poverty. See, poverty itself is a, it is a very decapacitating thing. Being a woman is one kind of disadvantage in the society, and having to suffer the poverty, women in poverty, double vulnerabilities, these are all creating situations which are enhancing the difficulties, or the difficulties which should not be there. Poverty is a problem, it should be a problem for everybody. Poorer or poorer, yes. And the difficulty, again, there is this variation, because women who is poor and the man who is poor, the discrimination between poor and rich is one aspect, and between women and poorer, other segments, again, extra difficulties which the women had to face, like that. Education aspect, women and health, violence against women, women and armed conflict, economy, then human, women in media, women in environment, girl child, about 12 critical areas. Well, certain attempts are being made, certain what to say, initiatives are being made, but still they continue to be the critical area where we are lagging behind. And in this regard, I just want to point out the contribution of SIDA so far as Indian position is concerned. I would say that SIDA is something which really contributed a lot in giving a positive thrust, at least to do something to improvise the status of women. At least, if not to do, at least to show of doing something. So now the point is that the SIDA, I mean, if you refer number of judgments, many times whenever a woman issue comes involving discrimination and related with problem related with women problem, you find that definitely the courts making a reference to SIDA. So such is the importance of SIDA, such is the influence of SIDA. And I would, with happiness, I would say that there's some of the judicial initiatives are such that they're able to surpass even the reservations that India made to SIDA. SIDA has been ratified by India, therefore it's a party, and therefore actually what is expected is that it is supposed to it should be implementing whatever commitments that are there in the SIDA. And but then India, of course, yeah, I mean, whatever legislative initiatives that are coming from India uh, for gender justice, yes, definitely, I would say that the international conventions and international what to say directions definitely have got a bearing, a lot to do with many of the positive directions in which any measure of gender justice has been proceeding so far as India is concerned. And let me tell you that so far as SIDA is concerned, India made two reservations. One reservation is with reference to it said that while talking about equality of men and women, it said that it made a declaration, though exactly not a reservation, made a declaration that that India will not interfere in the personal affairs of community. Personal affairs of community. India is a country of diversity. Of course, we do have a variety of personal laws. So India has shown a kind of what to say a sort of reservation, not formal reservation, but declares more or less. So wherein it has said that it will not interfere in personal affairs. So therefore, when you know that gender equality, you find that variations in the personal laws, it has got its own explanation, justification in a way, because when that is a law that is evolved by the given communities, let them enjoy the liberty of enjoying their own personal law. That's a different matter. But when between intra-gender disparities are found, the role of the state to circumscribe these inequalities or iniquities. So when it comes to that, India made a statement that it does not interfere. But then we find, and this is one thing, and the second thing is that with reference to compulsory registration of the marriage, which SIDA refers, and India also made a declaration that because of the vastness, country like in a country with sort of variety of customs, religions, level of illiteracy, and all that, again it expressed that it in principle it agrees, but then it expressed its maybe it may not be practical to do that. And the other one is a reservation. Reservation is that SIDA has got an optional protocol wherein if the SIDA commitment are not followed by the given country state party, the women of that country, they can approach the SIDA committee. They can a complaint, a facility for making a complaint to the United Nations. That's a separate agreement from the SIDA. And India did not become a party to that, which means women of India, they will not be able to make a complaint against India if SIDA commitments are felt not to have been complied with by India. This is the reservation, one basic reservation, and apart from that, the two declarations. And here, with reference to these declarations, I would say that we find, so far as judiciary is concerned, it's been quite proactive. And I would say that so far as issues relating to women are concerned, SIDA's influence is quite visible in the text, in when you read the text of the judgment. So here you find in the case of Seema versus Agarwal of 2006, Supreme Court has clearly pointed out, it quoted SIDA and said that it's important that marriage has to be registered, taking into account various problems, particularly to prevent child marriage. It said that marriages must be, there are very few states which made marriage registration compulsory. One of the states happen to be Andhra Pradesh, and just about three or four are states. So it said that every state will have to make it compulsory. So that's a positive. It quoted SIDA. And again, in Izazur Rahman versus Saira Banu 2021, earlier, of course, we do have other also, and this also quoted SIDA, and it said that Karnataka High Court, right of equality of women to SIDA recognizes the right of women to equality irrespective of human right as a basic human right. This is what SIDA says. And Karnataka High Court pointed out that. It said that. So therefore, as a signatory to the India, to SIDA, it said that India is committed to adopt a woman-friendly legal system and woman-friendly policies and practices. 1986, this was a case about entitlement of Muslim women to get her maintenance beyond Iddat period. Of course, already Supreme Court has already given some directions, all those that is there. But what the court said is that the court, as judiciary, it said that it is duty bound to protect the provisions of the said act, any act for that matter. Because this case raised this particular act of Muslim Protection Act, with reference to that, it said that. But the general principle that we can get is that as a signatory to SIDA, judiciary, the courts are bound to interpret the provisions in such a way that it would benefit the women. In this case, that we have to interpret the provisions of this particular act so that the women of the Muslim community would be benefited, would not suffer from whatever inequality that they experience in case of maintenance, or just on the ground of being a part of their personal law. Because according to SIDA, this is enjoying equality irrespective of religion is considered to be a matter of basic human right. And that has been highlighted in this case. And of course, we know Vishaka state. We had no law relating to sexual harassment. Well, CEDA was referring, and there is general recommendation, I think, number 19 of general recommendation of CEDA. And even before the legislative initiative had come from India, well, the Supreme Court did respond to the problem, did come out with a proactive set of guidelines, and later, of course, we do have this. So, like that, we have quite a good number of judicial, what to say, the measures, judicial responses where it took into consideration CEDA. And of course, I did not find any reference made to these declarations that are made by India to CEDA and all that. But yet, yes, we find that at all appropriate occasions, Indian judiciary has been showing that gender sensitive approach. So that way, we really need to appreciate the judicial efforts. And having said that, well, we talk about women empowerment. Women empowerment, what the United Nations has to say about women empowerment. Why are we talking about women empowerment? The moment we are talking about women empowerment, that means you are addressing the situation of vulnerability. There is some vulnerability, and there is a need to empower. So maybe externally, so where we're talking about the legal measures, yes, legal measures are necessary. They might be formal, they might not be doing adequately, but they do matter. I feel that they did matter, and they did bring some change. I would agree in that regard. I wouldn't agree with a statement that no change at all. There is some change, even though I say that law cannot alone bring that change, as she rightly pointed out that everything related with this has to be something like it's a social problem, it's an economic problem. Interdisciplinary approach is very much required. But the point is that in certain aspects some change had come, in certain aspects no change at all, in certain aspects the change that has come about in the society is not so friendly to the women because of the gender prescriptions, where the women are entering into the workspace, formal workspace. The question of balancing a domestic life, International Labor Organization spoke about family responsibility. There's a convention. Family responsibilities to be shared. So on that count, she's getting stuck with double responsibilities, right? Because on this segment of sharing the family responsibility, there's no adequate change, right? So it's like these dynamics, social dynamics, legal dynamics are such that they just keep happening. And then, of course, positive things are happening. We really cannot discount. But anyway, what the United Nations had to say about women empowerment, 5 elements that identified United Nations guidelines, women's sense of self-worth. That yes, she's a woman, doesn't matter. Her own self-worth, recognition, sense of self-worth, right to have indeterminate choices. That's what Madam was saying. You have choice. First of all, you should be able to have access to do something, and then have the right to choose, right? Then right to have access to opportunities, resources, have the power to control their own lives, which is a missing dimension so far as many women are concerned, include many working women also within and outside home. Ability to influence, the highest point is where she herself becomes a factor of change. Her ability to influence the direction of social change to create more just social and economic order. That is where her participation in the society. Gender equality today, where that change is brought about, where the imbalances between men and women, they are equalized. Well, obviously their tomorrow can be sustained. So her ability to bring that change, so that is where her participation in all walks of life would cater quite a bit. And then and I would say that there are few things. What are the benefits of this internationalization? I would say that getting this global focus, internationalization through United Nations, primarily through United Nations. Of course, you do have other specialized agencies also. Very important that I have pointed out few things, benefits, global focus. So otherwise, because it gained that global focus, it shows the fundamental point that problem is not just a problem of one or two countries. It's a common problem. So entire international community, now you cannot say that nobody is aware that this is discussed as a matter of problem. Gender equality is known to be a problem, identified to be. It's a different matter. There, it might be ridiculed or it might be overemphasized. Whatever it is, focus is there. Focus is important. Then, women in development, women to be part of the development, that call is legitimized. And institutional mechanism, obviously you come across development of various international like UNIFEM, many other things, like not only at global level, internally also, domestically also, institutional mechanisms are with particular reference to women, they are coming into the society. Resource allocation, resources are important, research, lot of research is generated, plenty of research is there with reference to women related issues. Then the study is very important to know the intricacies of the problem. Study is very important, lot of generation of research and resource allocation, because when bodies like United Nations are focusing on that, resources will have to be allocated for research or maybe for taking forward a particular cause. Yeah, resource allocation is happening. If a country is not doing much, at least you are able to get some kind of an international support, some kind of a finding or something. And issues are getting more sophisticated, precision. What goes in a general term, gender equality, nobody knows what is gender equality. Even today there's a lot of, just madam was trying to refine that. Let us not talk about gender neutral, let's talk about gender sensitization. It's a refined thought, right? Strengthening transnational coalitions, like women groups getting connected with women groups of other countries where there is international focus, this would be possible. So these are all the advantages of internationalization of the issue of gender equality and women empowerment. And then in this regard, my time is getting up. Quickly let me do that. There are certain issues, dilemmas. But how do you understand? Is it de facto or is it de jure equality? What kind of equality? Madam has said that, okay, in law, Article 14 says that all are equal as a matter of law. But is it as a matter of fact? You have to see the difference. And we talk of equality of opportunities. Is it enough? Okay, if you want, you can avail that opportunity. But when somebody is not in a position to avail the opportunity because of economic constraints, social constraints, that availing that opportunity you have provided formally, but as I'm unable to avail that. So focus must be on equality of results. Should we be talking about fineness of the debates, equality of opportunities or equalities of results? Now we talk about equality or equity. Now the question is that, is it something like whatever, everything at par with women? Equity is, it's a differential dimension. Can't you take the differential dimension into account? Say, for example, as a matter of fairness, women are biologically different. If they're discriminated purely on bylaw, that's a different matter. But if you're distinguished as a matter of fairness, that's not fair. That is not, you cannot say that is unjust. So that fineness, that understanding of gender justice and women empowerment is very important. And then finally, I just want to point out the certain myths that we have in the concept of women empowerment. Being different is being weak. You're biologically different, so you are weak. That's all. And the other side of it is being rough is being strong. Many times, I'm sorry to say that women, I do not know, many women, they're getting into wrong concept of women empowerment, that assertiveness is a required quality, no doubt, but what to say, everything has got certain proportions, right amount of assertiveness, you know what to say, proportions, you know rough is being strong. If you're To show that you're strong, one doesn't have to be rough. Being soft, softness also is a matter of great strength. Soft pressures, softness, it has got its own virtue. Assertiveness, you know, aggressiveness within proportion, you know, that has got its own virtue, its own benefit. So it's not like not just taking just one pendulum like from this side to that side. And empowerment is aping whatever a man does. If we are you trying to what to say ape just because it's some of the gestures, I feel that it's nothing but imitating is bad. There is no, see, unless you feel that something is good about it, maybe you want to imitate. Then what is a necessity to ape a man? Absolutely not. There is strength in femininity, and seeing that it should not be unnecessarily jeopardized. It should not be treated as a matter of what to say weakness. This strength, definitely, that will have to be realized to the fullest extent. So that aping, there's certain misconception. Some kind of an aping is totally, I don't think that's, and the feeling that woman is the enemy of another woman, which is again utterly wrong. A woman being influenced by that power dynamics, like mother-in-law against a daughter-in-law. So when she reaches the position of woman, mother-in-law, she, that kind of patriarchal attitude she shows in that capacity, that kind of power dynamics. So which is not the case. This is what she is following, is that she is so much conditioned by that, you know, that it's not, you cannot, and that is a defensive argument that comes from men, which is again a very bad thing. That cannot be said that woman is an enemy of another. You bring out some stray instance or stray things and say that, look, what, why do you want to give any bad examples, right? And law alone empowers. Law alone does not empower. Attitudes will have to be changed. Law helps. That's all. Then femininity prevails only in women. There can be woman's heart in a man. Also, is there. Identify. So a man has got, see, there are certain masculine qualities or feminine qualities, but if they're projected as something like only this is feminine or only this is masculine, that is bad. Trying to keep everything in defined grooves. That openness must be there. Everybody has to be empowered, and women should not be lagging behind. Simple matter of fairness is that for social expectations about her. So that kind of ridiculing women's cause, that again is a bad thing, which happens. And overstretching of the cause of women empowerment is also bad thing. And then I would say that empowerment is not indiscriminate use of rights. Rights are to be exercised in the right fashion, right manner. Rights will have to be exercised. Rights will have to be asserted, but in the right way. Suppose there's a lot of complaint about false complaints and all those things. I feel that while this is giving some kind of a pretext for others to say that these rights are bad in the name of women empowerment, all these things. This is one thing, the one side of it. Other side is that I would feel that in case this happens in a small small section of people only, indiscriminate use of rights might be happening, which of course would be bad. But what I would say is that if a woman recognizes her self-worth, you do not have you project the right things. This is what you do not like it. Say that this is not what is not good. Doesn't have to add extra things that shows a sense of cowardice. Not necessary. When one is confident about oneself in one's cause, there is no need to go for falsities. To whatever extent, asset. This is what is required. Indiscriminate use of rights is giving a opportunity for other sex to say that everything, all efforts at women empowerment is doing wrong to the society. That again is very, very bad. So I feel it's important that one should know the power factors power over, power to, power with, power within. Somebody is, power. All these dimensions are important. When we talk about self-worth, I would like to talk about one important, good, say, the approach of judiciary was that where a homemaker, her worth was recognized. The work of a homemaker, that she has, the way she contributes. This approach has become, it's an established approach. So at least so far as Indian courts are concerned. So this is where intragender inequalities, that kind of what to say, even those what you find that the wrong way of looking at the cause of women, or looking at the women, estimations about the worth of women, they're all society based, some misconceptions are there, so they will have to be completely avoided. And empowerment as a concept also has to be rightly understood. It's very, very important that it should be rightly understood by the beneficiary of the any measures of empowerment, and also the others who think that so far as other male counterparts are concerned, it is time that they should recognize that women empowerment is for their good. It's for their good. It's not that women versus men. Power dynamics, it's very important that there must be power dynamics. Are it's the whole thing comes behind is that you always want to be on the powerful side. That's a, I don't know whether should we call it as a natural temptation, I don't know. Always want to be on the higher up, to whatever that is possible, try to be on one up. Don't have to be very much on the high up just for the sake of it. Understand the other side of it. This is very, very important. As human beings, all are equal. Positions could be different. Attitudes could be different. Each attitude has got its own worth. Let's appreciate. Let's take the advantage of every kind of attitude, every kind of capability, and every kind of differential dimension, and working for the common benefit of everything. That is the real sense of empowerment for the entire society. If all segments are empowered, at least they're open enough, they're capable enough, they can, at least they're free to do whatever is the best capable thing that they are, it's done. But society, not only with reference to men and women, you try to categorize this is the highest position. One who does some menial work is useless. We are unnecessarily making things in a grooved kind of a fashion. The society is getting blocked. So this is where it's very important that we really have to understand the value of right thinking, right approach, how we should look. One human being should be looking at another human being. So that's all I want to say. Thank you very much. So I think it is 5 minutes past. So Manikyal Rao garu, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. I, Mirza Wasif Beg, on behalf of Manikchand Pahade Law College, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to Professor Dr. V.S. Elizabeth ma'am for sharing with us your knowledge today. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Rajya Lakshmi ma'am for sharing with us opinions and findings. Further, I am grateful to members of Marathwada Legal and General Education Society for this wonderful opportunity. I am also grateful to Dr. C.M. Rao sir, Principal of Manikchand Pahade Law College, and Shri Kishan More sir, Vice Principal, for gracing us with their presence. I would also like to thank Dr. Aparna Kottapalle ma'am for welcome address and Dr. Sheetal Bharate ma'am for introducing the training program. Last but not the least, I am grateful to all the participants for showing their interest and attending this training program. Thank you one and all. Now with the permission of the chair, I conclude this inaugural session and I request Rashi Maknikar to take over for the next session.
Yes, Rashi?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning to one and all present here. I, Rashi Maknikar, extend a warm welcome to you all on behalf of MLNG Society's Manikchand Pahade Law College, Aurangabad, to the second session of National Level Training Program on Women's Rights. For this session, we have Dr. K. Sudha ma'am as our resource person. I welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am will be enlightening us on the topic of women's rights, national perspectives. While she will be mainly emphasizing on constitutional provisions, women's rights under legislative enactments, and working of National Women's Commission and State Women's Commission. I am highly privileged to have this opportunity to introduce our today's guest of honor, Dr. K. Sudha ma'am. Assistant Professor, Damodaram Sanjeevaya National Law University, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, and is the project director of an ISSR-sponsored research project. Ma'am is an erudite scholar and a revered teacher. She has rendered selfless service in the field of law and social service. Ma'am has graduated from Acharya Nagarjuna University, Andhra Pradesh. She has 21 years of teaching experience, was a part of 2 research projects, and a practicing advocate for 5 years. Presently, she is teaching environmental law at DSNLU. She has also an experience of being associated with human rights movement in state of Andhra Pradesh for past 35 years and is the General Secretary of Human Rights Forum, Andhra Pradesh. She has also worked with Mahila Shravanti and Mahila Chetana, Vijayawada-based women's organizations. The subject of her PhD research is titled Socio-Legal Aspects of Prostitution, a study with reference to its prevalence and regulation in the state of Andhra Pradesh, India. Along with it, she worked as a research assistant in a research project on sex trafficking carried out jointly by International Center for Research on Women and Center for Economics and Social Science, Hyderabad. She has authored a book titled Prostitution Laws, An Enigma and Some Dilemmas, edited 2 books on environmental law, and wrote a biography of late K. Jayashree, a reputed Troddatur-based human rights activist. It is a pleasure and honor to have you here, ma'am. I'm just as excited as you all are, but before ma'am enlightens us, I have a few instructions for the participants. Firstly, we understand that you may have some queries, so we request you to post them in the chat box. The queries will be taken up at the end of the session. And secondly, make sure that your mics and video is turned off. With that being said, I would like Dr. K. Sudha ma'am to give her address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rashi. And it's always a pleasure to be associated with MP Law College. And I thank Professor C.M. Rao for inviting me for this training program. I had heard the inaugural session, Professor Elizabeth's and Professor Rajalakshmi's speech. One was very eclectic and another one was a serene presentation by Professor Rajalakshmi. And that it makes my job a little bit more difficult and also to meet your expectations, as well as it comes with a great responsibility. When we speak about the International Women's Day, there is a sense of jubilation among us because when year after year, when we think about the kind of things which have happened in our own personal lives, and if we are happy with what is happening in our lives, we feel that there is a sense of achievement. And when certain things, whether it is in the public domain or in our personal lives, if certain things go wrong, we feel that there is a sense of what disentitlement and some kind of a disillusionment. And I found a lot of anger in Professor Elizabeth's speech, which again, after 40 years of teaching, somewhere or the other, you feel that the law has failed or the judicial process has failed, and we have to still forge ahead and try to make some sense of our lives and see how we are going to deal with the women's issues or problems which we are facing on a day-to-day basis. Now, the topic that has been assigned to me by the MP Law College, by the organizers, is the women's rights and national perspectives. So I'll start with that topic. Now, when you speak about women's rights and national perspectives, the topic which has been assigned to me they haven't stated it is national perspective, one single perspective. The topic has been, it states national perspectives. So when we speak about national perspectives, where it ends with an S, it is very, very indicative that we are not talking about one single perspective, but there are different perspectives. Now, what is the perspective that we are talking, we would be talking about? Is it about the legislative perspective? Is it only about the judicial perspective? Or is it about the popular perceptions? So when you have to speak about women's rights, as Professor Elizabeth has rightly pointed out, it is supposed to be dealt, we should have a multidisciplinary approach, where we are not only searching for answers in law, and we have to look into the society and how society is evolving and the transformations, the different undercurrents that we have, which really plays a decisive role in our lives. We have to be a little bit aware of it and familiarize ourselves. So this particular gathering that we have on this online platform, which has been provided by the space, which has been created and provided by MP Law College, we come from different backgrounds, right? And there are a set of law students also who are listening to this particular orientation program. Now, coming to recently, there was a survey carried out, and some organization had done a research survey, and in that survey, almost 80%, I don't recollect the percentage, but around 80% of the people, women, including women, felt that they have to, whatever the male members in the family tell them, they have to follow that as a norm. So that is a popular perception. And based on that popular perception, can we make laws and say that we should have laws and also have judgments which should be following this popular perception? So perceptions, when you speak about perceptions, whether they are, should we follow, if it is the number which should matter when you speak about coming up with laws or coming up with any kind of a judicial order, are we supposed to take only the majoritarian perspective? Because most of the popular perception says that women should listen to what the men say in the family. So that was what the survey indicated. So are we supposed to frame our laws and decide matters? Are judicial institutions supposed to decide matters based on that perception? So this takes us to another issue, and that is, we are not here to follow the perceptions or the opinions which are belonging to one particular segment of the society, whether it is minority, majority, whatever it is. And that, how do you decide that whole issue of majority and minority? We decide it on the way. There are different forms of classifications in this world. It might be based on gender, caste, sex. It might be pertaining to faith. So whatever the classification on which basis we decide that a particular class is majority or a particular class is minority. It depends on how you're trying to classify. What is the purpose for which you're classifying that particular, making that particular classification. And if we look into the constitutional law and we look at the Constitution of India for that matter, that the Constitution of India does not say that we have to follow what the majority considers as the something which is right. So we don't follow the majoritarian principles only. We don't, that is not the norm which has to be followed. Then what is the norm that we have to follow according to the Constitution? We have to follow a law which is just, equitable, and we follow what has been laid down in the preamble. We speak about social justice, economic justice, and political justice. So a law has to, if any law or any policy, if we have to see that this is a right policy or wrong policy, we always do that on the by simply looking at and based on the touchstone of the constitutional principles. And a law or a policy has to be just, and justice in what terms? Social, economic, and political. So if we look at this particular, the way Constitution has been drafted, it is very clear that we speak about equality. And when we speak about equality, we are not talking about only formal justice, and only about justice in the formal sense. Because when you talk about formal justice, then it will in turn lead to discrimination. That is why we are quite conversant with Article 14, where it speaks not only about equality of law, but also about equal protection of law. Now, equal protection of law is a cherished value, which says that it strikes at discrimination, and it says that you should not be discriminating, and it is the bounden duty of the state to come to the rescue of people who are the underprivileged. And we have Article 15, Clause 3, which says that special provisions can be made for women and children. Now, if you read Article 14 with Article 15, Clause 3, we understand that it is Article 15, Clause 3, an extension of the Equal Protection Clause laid in Article 14. And there, both are dealing with what, whether it is Article 14 or Article 15, Clause 1, which says that there shouldn't be any discrimination. It strikes at all forms of discrimination. And again, when you speak about where it says that there shouldn't be any discrimination, 15 Clause 1, whereas 15 Clause 3 says that if we have to address the issue of discrimination, then certain kind of special provisions have to be created for women. Now, that is what where we are not. That is where positive rights come into the view. Negative rights means that you strike at discrimination and say there shouldn't be any form of discrimination. Whereas positive rights says that you should take certain measures which will address the issue of discrimination. So when we look at the popular perception, recently there is a lot of debate going on within the country, whether there should be, whether in a particular educational institutions, whether we should have allow a certain set of women to follow their faith and use a particular kind of a dress code. And we are really afraid to address certain issues which are very, very contentious in nature in society, and it is polarizing the entire society. I'm addressing the issue of hijab, which is now sub judice in the state of Karnataka. Karnataka High Court is dealing this particular issue. They haven't yet decided that matter. But whether hijab should be allowed, permitted as a girl should be permitted to wear hijab and attend to her her education institutions. This is something which is an ongoing issue, and without confronting this issue, I don't think it would be possible even to go ahead and speak about national perspectives. How are we supposed to look at it? Now, all of us who are sitting here in this online session, each one of us might have one set of ideas about what is wrong and what is wrong. All of us are entitled to the kind of opinion that we have. Howsoever polarized that whole debate is happening at a national level, but we all of us are entitled to some form of some idea or the other, some opinion or the other. But when you speak about constitutional law and what does the Constitution say? Again, we have to look and interpret the Constitution and based on the set of facts. And when we talk about the question of law involved here and the question of facts involved here, we again search for precedents. And when we search for precedents, again, we have that Jehovah Witness case and again Shirur Mutt case. And based on that, the court is again looking into and saying that we are not experts in religious faith, matters pertaining to religious faith. And again, they have left it to the religious texts and they're referring to the religious texts, whether hijab is an essential ingredient of Muslim faith and whether it has been mentioned in the Quran or not. Now, that is one way of looking at things. And again, there might be another way of looking at things, and that might be right to education, which is again a fundamental right. And there is another aspect to this, not only right to education, freedom of speech, not only freedom of religion and freedom of right to education, but also again freedom of speech and expression. So we can look at the same issue, the hijab issue, from the perspective of freedom of religion, from the perspective of the fundamental right to education, and the third one is freedom of speech and expression, and right to privacy, as well as the right to make the choices, the kind of choices that we have. And again, since all these rights come with a rider with certain kind of, they have to follow the balancing act that we do, wherein they have mentioned there are certain reasonable restrictions laid down in Part 3 of the Constitution, whether it is Article 19 or whether it is Article 25, we have certain kind of reasonable restrictions. So when we look at these things, how a layperson reacts and responds is we have to be very, very careful. And the kind of perspectives that we have to evolve, I think we have to look at through within the constitutional framework, and look at the Constitution and see and try to find the answers and interpret it in such a manner that one day we will feel that we are a mature society, and a mature society will be taking decisions and looking at things from a mature perspective. And let us hope that
Dear participants, kindly wait for a few minutes. There may be some net issue from Sudha Madam's side. Dear participants, within 2 minutes, ma'am will be joining us. Just wait for 2 minutes. Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I had a power cut. Coming to where we were, so whatever I think as students of law and other walks of the maybe people belonging to other humanities courses, what we have to look at is that yes, there is a lot of polarization which is happening in the name of faith. But what does the Constitution say, and how are we going to deal with the constitutional principles and bring it within the matrix of the Constitution? So I would request the participants to look it through the prism of Article 14, look it through the prism of Article 25, 19, and 21. Then maybe we will be far more informed about, and again look at the case law and decide how we have to deal with these matters. So perceptions matter, and especially I think it is the right time. The topic that has been assigned to me is a very, very important aspect, because ultimately it is the perceptions which matter. What kind of laws that we have, and what are the kind of laws that we are entitled to, and how are they going to be interpreted. On one particular occasion, Professor Poonam Saxena, who is the Vice Chancellor of Jodhpur National Law University, she had addressed our gathering at our university when we had organized a seminar on gender justice. It was out in 2011, almost 11 years ago. One thing she had raised, and she had said that there might be good laws which can be badly interpreted, and there might be bad laws which can be very well interpreted. So when you speak about, for example, when you talk about a bad law which can be very well interpreted, I think Daniel Latifi versus Union of India case would be the best example, where they were trying to interpret the what you mean by maintenance, and how you can actually read in maintenance, and also how you read in that particular, how do you understand the scope of maintenance. I think Daniel Latifi case has been a very good example. Okay. And coming to the good law, which has been very badly interpreted or not interpreted, we have not tapped the potentials of one good law, and that is the Domestic Violence Act 2005, Protection of Women Against Domestic Violence 2005. Such a good piece of legislation, but somehow certain parts of the legislation have not been interpreted in the manner they should be. So that again is something which is we have. It all depends on what. For example, when you speak about the idea of shared household, now there are several cases, starting with Tarun Batra case, where they have said that shared household means only a place which belongs to the husband, whether it is the self-acquired property of the husband, or he has an interest in a joint family property, and if that household falls within that purview, then you call it a shared household. Then take the case of what is a live-in relationship. Now, very restrictive in the high courts, several high courts, and also Supreme Court for that matter, has given a restrictive interpretation of the term shared household and also live-in relationship. And this is a kind of a law which is beneficial in nature. And we are quite aware of the fact that when it is a beneficial piece of legislation, then in such circumstances, we have to, we should not be we should be using the liberal interpretation, the rules pertaining to liberal interpretation. We should be interpreting it liberally. But somehow we find that the courts have been interpreting the idea of shared household and the idea of live-in relationships in such a manner that it is acting against the interests of the women. So here, what we find is that several high courts, whether it is Delhi High Court, Punjab High Court, Allahabad High Court, they have come up with different expressed different opinions about what should be considered a shared household. And so it is still open. The law, we don't have settled principles laid down, and maybe even the Supreme Court, orders laid by Supreme Court, they also have kept it very, very ambiguous. So we need some kind of a clarity about what a shared household has to be. So coming back to the whole idea about what how we interpret here. So it's not only about popular perception. It's also about how judges react and how judges respond. They don't speak in one voice. And it is not possible also. All the judges who are being elevated, all of them come from different walks of life, and they bring something to the table. There are some good things that each judge offers. So they come up with different kind of ideological perspectives, and again, it actually enriches the whole process. And when you speak about the enriching the process and saying that each judge is entitled to his own, having his own ideas about justice, about having his own having his own approach and different kinds of set of values which each one of us has, provided all of us are on the one page, and that is we broadly follow the constitutional principles. What is a constitutional principle is also subject to interpretation, right? That is why we have so many different judgments which speak about women's right and try to guarantee women's constitutional rights. So should women be treated as are they fit enough to be a part of the armed forces? Should they be engaged in warfare? That again is something which has been, I'm trying to give you latest updates, and that is one we recently in 2020-21 and 2020-20. A couple of cases have in the Supreme Court are dealing with defense service and whether women should be allowed to be recruited as combatants, and should they be on permanent commission. Supreme Court has very, very clearly laid down that now that they should be. And it is a case where it is not an advisory jurisdiction, where they are trying to invoke the advisory jurisdiction of the court. It is a contested matter, and when it is contested, and when we speak about this whole issue of when they are contesting this issue, who is contesting it? It is the the government of India which is contesting. And why are they contesting that matter? Because they feel that it is still not a place for women. So how are we supposed to look at this particular issue from what? We are not only looking at it as women, are we not supposed to be entitled to work in the armed services? No, that is one way of looking at it. But we are not only talking about what our interests or trying to protect our own interests. We also have to look at whether it is just or not. whether that decision is just of the central government or the defense services, is it fair or not? We have to interrogate that. And when we interrogate that, we have to see how do we look at this? We look at it from the constitutional prism of the constitution and see whether it is a just rule or a delegated legislation or not. And on that basis, Supreme Court had given recently in 2020 and 2021 has very, very clearly laid down that women should be allowed. That is one aspect, one end of the spectrum. At the other end of the spectrum, recently Supreme Court also spoke about the homemakers and whether we should consider the work which is the work of a homemaker, the household chores, and the child rearing, the work which a woman does at home, which includes the household chores and child rearing, whether they should be considered as work and whether we can compensate homemakers when they meet an accident. We talk about the Motor Vehicles Act and accident claims. We talk about what we have to decide. We have to monetize the compensation, and when we monetize the compensation, if it is a regular worker and an employee in a firm or in a factory, we can know what is the income that the person is going to earn, and on that basis, under the accident claims Motor Vehicles Act, the Accident Claims Tribunal decides what is the compensation. Now, Supreme Court has, it's not the first time that Supreme Court is dealing with these matters, but I think what they have done is that it is getting further and further crystallized this kind of a right and saying that we have to even say what, consider a woman's work at home as work, quote unquote work, so that we can monetize it and award compensation. This is in a way trying what we have done all these years. It is not only about what we have done in post 1947. It's something which has happened, this division of work between men and women. This is which happened much earlier when we started settling down from the days of hunters and gatherers. When we transformed into an agrarian economy, then this whole division of work between men and women came into existence, and women were restricted into they had to look after the reproduction, and men had to take care of production, and they were supposed to work outside and earn and take care of the entire family. So this division of labor, which Engels calls it the first slave which was created in society for women. So this, if you look at it, the perspective hasn't changed much from the days when women were confined to the four walls of the house. Much earlier, when we had this whole idea of agrarian economy. So it runs into thousands and thousands of years, and still we haven't changed those ideas. And we have to constantly coax ourselves, tell ourselves that this has to change. And we are moving out of our homes and working. And how are we able to do this? All of us sitting here in this particular online session or in our universities and colleges, we find that a lot of women are coming and entering into the portals of universities and colleges. For this year, the first batch of our students actually the girls the strength of the girls is more than the boys, and it is something to be celebrated. Such kind of, so many of us are able to join as teachers in law colleges and work, and it is a moment of celebration, right? And how are we able to do this? It's because of people like Savitribai Phule, who has, or people like Vitabai Deshmukh, who have actually made things easy for us. So it didn't happen. All these changes which happened, we have fought for it, and women have fought for it, and we have struggled a lot. Our parents and grandparents and their predecessors, they have fought a lot for us to come to the stage where we are able to teach in universities and colleges, where our children are able to go and attend universities and be admitted in colleges and universities. We came a long way, but a lot of effort has gone into it. Now, just it reminds me, as I had said, there is the issue of um, Savitriba Phule. This is a moment which we have to recollect because it is her 125th death anniversary. On March 10th, many of you who are from Maharashtra must have heard these stories because you are quite very well informed about Jyotiba Phule and Savitriba Phule and their contribution to educate the field of education. But and also her demise, you must have been heard about her demise. She was the we know about the couple and how they have worked for to protect the interests of girl child and see that women especially try to protect the girl child's right to education. But when it comes to her death, it's very sad that she died because of uh, when she was trying to help a person who was infected with the bubonic plague. So it's a similar kind of a situation. We are undergoing a pandemic, and 125 years ago, even the society, Indian society, was undergoing, especially in Maharashtra, they were undergoing a pandemic called plague, the bubonic plague. And during that particular period, the adopted son of the couple, he was a doctor, and they had taken their children. He was treating all the plague patients who were infected with plague, and she was carrying one boy on her back to be treated by her son. And in that process, she was infected with plague and she passed. That is the kind of dedication which is you find in people like Savitribai Phule, and we really look upon them and we admire the kind of work that they have done. And it comes with what a lot of commitment and people with that kind of a determination and commitment and conviction have actually made our lives easy. And it is really an occasion for us to commemorate and remember them for the kind of sacrifices that they have done and made our lives more easy. Coming to the issue of what we were discussing now about the constitutional rights and how we have to look at the perceptions that we have. Work is something where the court is now looking at work from different perspective and saying that we are fit enough to even join warfare and act as combatants. And again, there is another what area where they are saying that even household work has to be treated as work, and you have to have to say that she's entitled to compensation in such matters. Then coming to different aspects, suppose how do you look at live-in relationship and how do you look at domestic violence and how do you look at marriage? Is marital rape rape or not, or should we consider it as rape or not? Now, in this particular aspect, what we find is that the court is again coming up with different responses, and these responses are indicative of how we are going to go ahead in future. Now, in one particular case I would like to refer, and that is Independent Thought versus Union of India. This was a case which had been decided by Justice Madan Lokur and Justice Deepak Gupta. Okay, and what they had done in this particular case is that they had Independent Thought versus Union of India. This was decided in 2017. I could have shared the PPTs which I have done some kind of PPTs, but somehow the net is still not working. Now, when we speak about this issue here, what they have done is that in this case, the two-judge bench, they were dealing with POXO cases. And in POXO cases, where when you deal with sexual, not only POXO cases, but whether the girl child who's a married girl who is above 15 years and below 18 years, and her husband has assaulted her. It is a punishable offense under POXO Act. But when it comes to IPC provision, they say something else, because IPC provision very clearly says that a married man cannot, what a wife cannot be subject to rape by a husband, and it will be treated as rape only if it is below 15 years. So there is again, what you notice is that the law, IPC says something and POXO is saying something else. So the independent thought, the petitioners had raised this, taken this particular matter before the court. Now, this is not a case where this was decided in 2017. It's very interesting. Please, I would ask the students of law to read it very carefully. Independent Thought versus Union of India. They didn't. The petitioners had not opened up the larger issue, saying that you should criminalize marital rape. They hadn't raised that issue. The issue which they had raised was only about girl child and a married a person, whether a girl who's married who's below 18 years, if she's married, whether what is the scope of marital rape? Because two laws are saying that there is a conflict between IPC and POXO provisions. That is how they raised it before the court of law. So the court was quite skeptical about saying that excluding marital rape and saying that not recognizing marital rape and criminalizing marital rape in general. They made certain kind of observations that it should be criminalized. But since that matter was not a question of law, they did not address that issue, but they simply said that tried to use the Vishaka judgment and interpret the IPC provisions in a manner where they said that it is not only the girls below 15 years, but all girls, married girls, who are minor girls below 18 years, they are entitled to what if they are assaulted by their own, sexually assaulted by their own husbands, it will be treated as marital rape. I would request you, whoever is interested, to go through that particular judgment. It will really make an interesting read, and that takes us to the larger picture, whether we should be treating marital rape as an offense or not. And again, there is a popular perception on it, and that popular perception is very, very deeply divided, polarized, and especially when we speak about gender, sex, and women's sexuality and sexual rights. Obviously, it is very, very, very deeply polarized and deeply contested. And when you speak about marital rape, suddenly there is a judiciary, unlike Justice Lokur and Deepak Gupta, who were very, very vocal about their concerns. We find that immediately they say that it is the job of the legislature. Parliament has to enact a law and make marital rape an offense. So they have to amend bring in a criminal law amendment have to amend the criminal law to criminalize marital rape. So in what circumstances are we pressing in the doctrine of separation of powers, and in what circumstances we are pressing in the federal principles and talking about federalism? So these are again what we have to be aware of it. In what context are they raising these issues? Is it only passing over the buck or playing safe? And why are they doing it? Is it something to do with judicial restraint, or again, is it about the mindsets of those who are sitting in those august institutions, whether it is in the parliament or in the state, in the highest echelons of the judicial institutions, or we have to be a little bit open and discuss it openly, and think about what the alternatives, and think how we are going to take the society forward. Obviously, we call the judiciary the watchdog of the constitution. And does it mean that our job as citizens, as academicians, as students, and as citizens of concern, and also are we also not equally equal stakeholders in seeing that the the values which are laid down in the constitution are actually followed in the society or not? Are we following it or not? So it is also our obligation to take care of the constitution. It's not only the Supreme Court, which is the watchdog, or the high courts who have to take care and see that we uphold the constitutional principles. It is also our job. And that takes us to the larger debate about positive law. When you speak about the positive law and say that we need whatever is there, certain kind of laws which are which are treated as natural rights, if we want to see that they become a part of the positive law, we fight for it, we struggle for it, and that is how we get a positive laws and positive rights. But our job or our work does not stop there. Once we get the recognition to our right to education, our journey does not stop there. We have to carry forward the work which people like Savitribai Phule or Jyotirao Deshmukh have done. We have to take it forward. And how do we do that? We have to, whatever ground that we have gained in the name of all these positive law, I think we have to see that these are enforced properly. And many things come in the way of enforcement. And we carry on our struggles. That is how we have to take it forward. And the other thing is that one of my seniors, who I have a lot of respect for him. I had practiced as a lawyer in Vijayawada. He was my senior. And it's again, he was trying to reflect the popular perception. With all the rights, all the laws are in favor of women. You have all the laws in your favor, whether it is personal laws and whether it is whatever laws, criminal law, whatever it is, they are in your favor. Suppose you talk about the Marriage Act or Succession, Hindu Succession Act, everything is in your favor. That's the kind, or DV Act, maintenance, Section 125 of CRPC. Or if you speak about, there are so many laws which speak about women's rights and try to protect or recognize women's rights. But actually, whether they are, when they frame it or when they draft it, are they being drafted very carefully? We have to be very, very apprehensive about it. Except the DV Act, we don't have a comprehensive law which really protects women, and that's my opinion, and subject to correction. But when you look at the marriage laws, or when you look at the laws of inheritance, or the property rights of women, there are so many flaws in it that they can be interpreted in such a manner that they can get away with it. And in 2005, we had the major amendment to the Hindu Succession Act, and as recently as 2021. How are we supposed to interpret, and who are entitled to that particular ancestral right? Which women are entitled to the joint family property? How can we become co-partners? These issues, or in matters relating to inheritance, there is so much of ambiguity. Who has created that ambiguity? That ambiguity has been created by the Parliament itself. And as recently as 2021, the court recently has laid down and said that when you talk about the issue of the ancestral rights, I don't have an exact citation, it is widely published. What they have said is that when you talk about the inheritance rights, even if the father died prior to 2005, the father or the daughter do not have to be alive by 2005. You can open succession even much earlier. Why did it take so long from 2005 to 2021 to decide that particular matter? And what has happened to all the women who have approached the court and they simply were told till now that you cannot open the succession before the cutoff date laid down, and that is September 5th, 2005. So these are things where we have to be very, very careful. And why is that we have a written law which says that women can become co-partners, and they can inherit their father's ancestral property, and they are equal in terms of, they have equal rights in terms of the joint family property. So back and forth, what we find is that the courts are sometimes taking away the rights that we have, or giving us a few more, which we didn't expect. Because we didn't expect this kind of a judgment, which came recently. And we were happy. We thought it was our seal was our fate was sealed because of the decision taken by the court in Tarun Patra case pertaining to shared household. And the Supreme Court sprung a surprise and said, no, that's a very restrictive way of looking at it. And even if a married couple or a woman who's married lives with in a live-in relationship, even that can be treated as shared household, and she is entitled to the relief, right to residence and other reliefs under the DV Act. So what about the legislative bodies? Now, we have interrogated a lot about the judicial and been a little bit uncharitable about the judiciary in my observation that I made. And I do comes with a lot of responsibility, because all said and done, as teachers and university teachers and as law teachers, we all also have a part of the larger institution, that is a judicial institution. We can't say that we are completely less responsible, because we are training our law students and they are going and taking up matters before the courts, and they are in a way informing the court. So we have to be very, very careful about what the kind of instructions and the kind of what we are imparting to the students. So I think perspectives matter. And before winding up today's decision, today's my lecture on my discussion on this particular topic, I'd like to just remind you of the Disha bill, which actually became a act. The AP state legislature had passed an act called Disha Act, which they subsequently withdrew. And this act, it was done very, very hastily. So passing of laws or having a positive law, let us not simply be very, very happy if a particular law has been enacted. We have to take it with a pinch of salt and look at it from all perspectives. Suppose the Disha Act, which was passed by the AP state legislative body. In 21 days, they have to complete the entire trial. Is that humanly possible? We are little bit conversant with our law students, and we as law teachers and our association with law. Does it really, is it humanly possible to complete and wrap up a trial within 21 days of filing of a criminal case? Is it humanly possible? So how could an august body pass such kind of a legislation? It's not, that is one thing, and they were waiting for the president's assent. Somehow they themselves realized that there was some kind of a flaw and they withdrew. We have to be very, very careful about and mindful about the kind of demands that we make when any kind of a problem crops up. What is the kind of demand are we making? And what is the kind of recommendation as researchers or as teachers? What are the kind of message that we are giving about the kind of message that we are giving to the students. I think in that particular context, the perspectives matter and they matter a lot. And we should not be promoting misogyny, and we should not be promoting discrimination in terms of how we think and how we act. It's a very major obligation as teachers that we are facing, and we have to shoulder it, and with it comes with a lot of responsibility. And this is the right topic which has been assigned to me, and I really thank the organizers once again for inviting me to this particular training program, and allowing me to be a part of your Women's Day celebrations. With this, I conclude the session, my session. If there is anything that I have to.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was absolutely an intellect nourishing session. I would like to take up a few questions. Since we don't have any questions, I'm sure that the participants now have a broader view on this subject. And thank you so much, ma'am. Since we are approaching the end of this session, I would like to express my gratitude. Firstly, thank you so much, Dr. Sudha ma'am, for this enlightening and wonderful session. It was absolutely an honor to hear you. I would also like to thank Dr. Sheetal Bharate ma'am, coordinator, Dr. Aparna Kotapale ma'am, IQAC coordinator, Mr. Sri Kishan More sir, vice principal, and Dr. C.M. Rao sir, principal of the college, for their continuous efforts and support that made this session a success. I also thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And last but not the least, I thank all the participants for their patience and active listening. We hope that you found this session beneficial. And now, with the permission of the chair, I declare that the second session has concluded. I would also like to request the participants to stay tuned with us for the third session, which will commence immediately. And I would like to ask Ms. Rucha to take over from here. Over to you, Rucha.
Thank you, Rashi. If you're today's chief guest, if you're resource person, Dr. Revati ma'am permit, shall I start with the session, ma'am? Dr. Revati ma'am.
Just a minute, Rucha.
Yes,
Yes, madam is here. Yes, she had joined.
yes.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, madam. Okay, Rucha, go ahead. Madam, should we start with the session?
Hi, Rusha Kulkarni.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice meeting.
Nice meeting. So shall I start with the program, ma'am?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, ma'am. Balika aham balika, navayuga janita aham balika, na aham abala, durbala, adi shakti agamya aham balika. Good morning, one and all. I, Rucha Kulkarni, student of NLC fifth year, on the behalf of MLMT Society, Manikchand Pahade Law College, welcome you all to the third session of an online national level training program on women's rights. For this session, we have with us Honorable Professor Dr. R. Revati ma'am as a resource person. Welcome you, ma'am. Respected ma'am will enlighten us on the topic of violence against women and legislative remedy. Before handing over charge to ma'am, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce such a versatile personality. Professor Dr. Revati ma'am is the head of Department of Constitutional Law, Human Rights in the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Chennai. Ma'am has completed her specialization in constitutional law and women and law. She has 21 years of teaching experience both at PG and UG and PG level. Ma'am has authored a book called Law Relating to Domestic Violence and published over 24 articles in legal journals. Ma'am has attended nearly 40 seminars and conferences at international level and has invited as a resource person in various reputed universities. Along with this, Honorable Ma'am presented research paper in ASLI Conference, Malaysia and ADT GASAT International Conference at Mahatma Gandhi Institute, Mauritius. Respected Ma'am has completed UGC-sponsored postdoctoral research project on assisted reproductive technology vis-a-vis women's rights. Ma'am has provided research guidance to 4 PhD holders and guiding for research for 6 students. Ma'am was a member of various academic bodies, namely Board of UG Studies, Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Chennai. Board of PG Studies, Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Chennai. Board of Research Studies, Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Chennai. Board of Studies, VIT Law School, Chennai. Board of Studies, Crescent Law School, Chennai. Doctoral Committee, Wells Law School, Chennai. Doctoral Committee, SRM Law School, Chennai. Doctoral Committee, AMET University, Chennai. Academic Senate, Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Chennai. And she was also the chairman of Board of Studies, Tiruvallur University, Tamil Nadu. We're extremely fortunate that you have with us for today's session, ma'am. Before handing over chats to ma'am, there are 2 instructions for all our attendees. Firstly, kindly mute your audio and video. And secondly, if you have any question regarding this session, regarding any of the topic in there which we'll discuss in this session, kindly put that in the chat box. I will ask to ma'am at the end of the session. Now, I request ma'am to kindly take over the chat and enlighten us with your exceptional knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richa. Thank you, Richa, for your nice words. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Dr. Reddivari Revati from Ambedkar Law University. I wish you a very happy Women's Day to all, one and all present here, not only for women members and even the other counterpart also, because they are taking care of us every day from time to time. So we must thankful to those people who are taking care of, who are lovable, our lovable ones. We must be thankful to them on this occasion, first of all. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of MP College, the management of MP College, principal particularly, and my good old friend and very humanist and friendly, approachable person, Dr. C.M. Rao, principal of MP Law College, and of course, your faculty members, Dr. Sheetal, Dr. Aparna, and other members who are constantly in touch with me for the past several days in making arrangements. All this, no, really they have taken good efforts. You can see that only a principal is sitting behind the screen, but all the women members, they are capable enough. They have proved their ability. They have already shown that their capabilities in arranging all this. Resource persons and all, be in touch with them, and then making this an academic feast and a grand success. I congratulate all the members who involved in this. And at the outset, today, in connection with International Women's Day, and a topic assigned to me by the organizers, it's on violence against women. More particularly, I was asked to showcase upon particularly domestic violence. See, it is a pathetic irony, even after more than 7 decades of the Constitution came into force, even after independence, still we are talking about violence against women, because there is no other goal every day, from time to time, or every second, or every moment, instances of violence we are witnessing, particularly against women, right? So therefore, Even if it is 7 decades or 8 decades, or it is with the passage of time, the rate of violence against women is increasing. That is the pathetic situation where we are living in. So if you take the age-old days, no, in the beginning, how it was, I don't want to go deep into all these aspects and all. I think from the morning, since from the morning, you might have bored with all this historical importance and all. But anyway, I would like to touch upon how it was the system. We strongly believe the notion, on the other hand, the irony is, we strongly believe the notion that etra naryantu pujyaste tatra ramante devata. We strongly believe that. But it is only on, when it comes to reality, we are not following that. But on the other hand, women were subject to exploitation, subjugation in various forms. How it was in the beginning, no, since it is in the form of, the aspect which is given to me as violence against women, I would like to make a mention about a few words. How it was the system in feudal agricultural societies that was predominantly based on physical activity, physical labor. So in that particular period, men who are stronger than women physically, so therefore they played a dominant role. As a result, women were confined to household work, suffer from discrimination, exploitation, discrimination, subjugation, blah, 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 etc., etc. But it has come to modern industrial society, totally a revolutionary change from agricultural society to industrial society, more particularly the technological era, where the mental ability is more important than physical strength. Women, they showed already, they are capable enough, they proved enough, and then they showed that they can perform well in all activities at par with men, or sometimes better than the counterparts, right? I think all of you agree with this. They perform well in all activities. But unfortunately, the equal rights conferred by the Constitution and other welfare legislations, particularly designed for women, so they are no. Anything if you take that, all this, they remain as paper tigers. Very oftenly, women are deprived of their rights, irrespective of those laws, plethora of laws we have, but yet no. So there is no, still we are struggling for empowerment of women. It is a key word. Even today, we really feel ashamed of ourselves that we are struggling for getting empowerment. That's the reason why even this year, International Women's Day for this year 2022, the theme was selected as, very well, that gender equality today for sustainable tomorrow. So for which, if you want to sustainable tomorrow, so what would be the strategy today? That's what we have to. Still discrimination persists, various laws are there. So how to counter this? How to come out of this? That is the need of the hour. So if you understand the society where no, all human beings born equal, both in terms of dignity and all other rights. However, this discrimination between the two counterparts, particularly man and woman, it is persists. We have to remember that. I repeatedly, everywhere I used to tell that one should remember that no man is born without woman. Of course, it is vice versa, but that is women play a crucial role in giving birth to a person. Man is also born to a woman. But unfortunately, we are treating women as second-rated citizens even today. By women, by ourselves, belittle ourselves. And we are not in a position to come out of this, stereotypic attitudes. it is 100% if you come out, unless and until you come out this from the stereotypic attitudes, you cannot achieve the goal. Constitution has given, even 7 decades back, it is clearly stated that our constitution is very neatly drafted, very carefully designed document, and where it has given more importance to rights for the protection of women, importance of safety of the women and all. But in spite of that, we are not in a position to enjoy those rights. Who is at fault? Who are responsible for this? All this, when we how can we say that? If you self-introspect, we say that, then only we must be in a position to, what are the strategies, what are the challenges to come out before us to achieve the goal, how to reach the target. So then only we can, there will be an improvement slowly. Definitely there is an improvement when compared to my mother's generation, my generation, and even the present my daughter's generation. Definitely there is a considerable change. There is a development, but yet no, we have not achieved 100% equality at par with men even today, because of so many reasons responsible for that. So if you take violence against women generally, out of all forms of violence, this intimate violence, partner violence, the theme which is assigned to me, is very heinous, is more rampant. In almost in every family it is prevailing. Every family it is prevailing nowadays. Even today it is happening. Every family. And if you say no, that if you don't accept for this, no, definitely you are deceiving yourself, right? So in every form, one form or the other, maybe it is in a lesser form, it is in a more severe form, or whatever it might be, that the degree, no, it might be happening, but definitely it is there. But Constitution, how the Constitution were, I think all of you are law students, you are aware of that. When the American Supreme Court has applied, the Constitution is color blind in cases of, at the time of the interpretation when it has come up, and the court has identified, US Supreme Court as, has identified the doctrine of equal but separate doctrine, where it has found that Constitution is color blind. In the same way, human rights are gender blind. They are also human beings. Rights are also available to them, but only it is on paper, but it is not there in practice. As I mentioned earlier, the spousal violence or domestic violence or spousal violence or partner violence, whatever it might be, this gender-based violence that occurs within the society, and particularly this domestic violence occurring in the social context of male domination. Still, it is persisting, male domination and women's subjugation. So domestic violence, definitely, it is an obstacle, since because of this partner violence, intimate violence that occurred within the family, it is an obstacle to the achievement of equality. This is a major hindrance. And the not only equality, development, and even peace. Without equality, without peace, there is no peace, and there is no equality and peace. Obviously, there is no development at all. So it is deeply ingrained in our minds and inbuilt in our society that not only the society, even what is that social and political culture of all violences against women. So this is a most common form. They consider it is generally it is happening everywhere as an usual phenomena, and manifestations from womb to tomb it is happening in various forms. Recently, we are witnessing that bride trafficking, human trafficking generally we are, all these days we heard. Recently, we were witnessing about bride trafficking, just in the name of marriage, the shortage of, there is a shortage for brides, in that name, trafficking is taking place. So because of these are all new forms, new names, in the new nomenclature, new manifestations are taking place in connection with domestic violence, from natal home to matrimonial home. The moment when you burn, you are facing right from the fetus. So a lot of, I think, abortion laws, tremendous developments are taking place in the, abortion laws also. Medical termination is legalized in our country, of course, in the 1971 itself. But, and there is a proposal even, the period to be extended, the period to be extended, the period that means Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, if you take that, no, the period it is given 12 weeks, up to 12 weeks, it is permitted, it is legal. And beyond that, under the supervision of one practitioner, one medical practitioner, supervision of one doctor. And if it needs to be extended beyond 12 and it is limited only up to 20 weeks under the supervision of two doctors. This 20 weeks, there is a proposal to, I think it is approved by the Lok Sabha, and even the bill is introduced in Rajya Sabha, yet to get approval from Rajya Sabha. I think it is yet to become, they want to bring amendment to the existing law to enhance the period where it is permissible limit for the miscarriage. See, but on the other hand, in Western countries and all, they are going in a different way. For example, recently there is I think in 2020-21, there is a Texas law. It has passed a law, and that law, wherein Texas law, it is 6 weeks. It is permitted domestic, there's no, what I said, abortion up to, permitted up to 6 weeks. Why? Because not beyond that, not go beyond that, because the heartbeat, the fetus of the heartbeat, when it starts heartbeat, normally heartbeat of the fetus starts at 6 weeks. The moment when heartbeat starts, and it is not permissible to go for miscarriage. It amounts to murder, killing, brutal killing. So you are not permitted to go for. So on one hand, in some of the developed countries, they are passing laws to minimize the period, and on the other hand, we are striving for the other period. Of course, it has its own pros and cons. See, the manifestations, if you take that, from whom feticide is taking place, first of all. And feticide is, of course, that itself indicates that still gender-based discrimination persists even today. Even today, it is persisting. But earlier, infanticide was taking place. And we talk much about the social exclusion, and for which various social inclusion policies were developed by the state to avoid, to minimize this social exclusion practices. This, in fact, this infanticide almost it is very hardly reported nowadays, infanticide. But it is not because of inclusive policies of the state. The quantum of instances of the practice of infanticide has come down, but it is because of the advent of feticide. There is no necessity for to go for infanticide, and feticide itself will serve the purpose for them, those who want to avoid girl children. So for this purpose, when in such circumstances, in such, So in such circumstances, how it is happening? So normally, feticide, infanticide, of course, as I mentioned that infanticide practice of the development of feticide has reduced drastically. Almost it is nil. It is not because of inclusive policies of the state, but because of the other form. It is more convenient form, more easiest way of forms were identified because of this. No, but it the violence against women still persists right from the. And the most heinous one nowadays, even very oftenly we are witnessing in newspapers and all and through other social media, incest, practice of incest. If the protector becomes violator, you can't even imagine. He himself becomes an abuser. Then automatically it is a greater degree of vulnerability. It is happening. We are witnessing. But they are not seeing daylight in most of them. Some of the cases recent also in Andhra Pradesh, High Court punished him. The father own, it's none other than by father only. A girl was raped by her father and her mother when she complained. The police station, a case was lodged against him, and then the matter came up to the court, and then she was given the even DNA samples to that, and it was proved that it is the fetus of the father, and then action was taken against father. So son preference society. So female feticide is taking place, and infanticide and sale of girl children and decline in sex ratio. Just now I mentioned that bride trafficking is taking place, honor killings are taking place, marital rape, dowry death. All these are number of instances are taking place. See, more heinous form. And when at the natal family, up to this, these are happening. And when it comes to honor killing, where is honor in killing? But still it is happening. And especially in southern part of region, particularly in state of Tamil Nadu, silently it is happening even today. Honor killings, more number of instances are taking place. Honor killing. And of course, in some other states, near neighboring states, no, if you say that there is a social boycott, it is somewhat better than the killing itself. See, if on one hand we talk about the marriage laws and all, no, the freedom of choice, freedom of one's privacy and everything, and one law is providing certain set of rights and right to choose your partner, everything it is conferred. And on the other hand, but when it has come to practice, we are not in a position to enjoy those rights, exercise those rights. And in the name of that, no, honor killings are taking place. What is the use of in conferring right to choice? No meaning at all. So marriage, right to marry, right to choice. And there is no choice at all in getting. Of course, you are going to marry, but there is no choice. If you choose your partner, you will be honored with some kind of punishment. So therefore, on one hand, you are talking about certain other rights. On the other hand, the practices are taking place in a different way. So contradictory. And there is a huge gap between what law on paper and what law in practice. So in such case, it is reflecting even today honor killings. It is manifested in the form of silently it is occurring in state of Tamil Nadu, in particular Dharmapuri and some other areas. Even we can see the videographs also when you search in internet sources, some of the, in the most heinous form it is happening. And when it is, she entered into matrimonial home, particularly within every woman is facing, I already mentioned, marital rape nowadays. We heard much about this marital rape. Is it possible in our country to criminalize marital rape? It is not possible. And that too, as long as we want to retain restitution of conjugal rights in Hindu law or Special Marriage Act and every other, of course, even other laws also there, it is recognized. If not, there is a specific provision for that in the beginning, but it's recognized in other laws, Muslim personal law. Also, it is there. As long as the restitution of conjugal rights are there, we support that, we want for that, and there is it is not possible for criminalizing marital rape. So laws are there in such a way, no? There is a huge, what is that? It is one hand, there is we can say that no, family laws, or rather we can say that family laws, personal laws are secularized, and these more particularly religious taboos were taking out from the religious based customary practices, which are reflecting the religious dogmas, reflecting in laws that hampers women's rights, and then women that those practices pushed into reflecting in laws itself, pushed women into subjugation and all. Those were taken out slowly. So it's more secularized. Religious taboos are not there. And in uniform, try to the state from time to time bring policies and other laws in tune with the changing circumstances of the society, and more family laws are getting secularized now. As a result, towards that end, adultery was decriminalized. So many such other practices were getting recognized. So it is a good example that we can say that religious laws, religious-based personal laws are getting secularized, and there is a dilution of criminal laws from. And at one point of time, we thought of over-criminalization. Slowly, because of this liberalization and in the name of modernization, and this over-criminalization is getting reduced, and particularly the field of offenses against women and all. So it is who is going to be ultimate the victim of that. That is different, irrespective of that it is happening. And if you take that, other forms of more heinous forms of partner violence, a dowry death particularly, and we know very well that and we have discussed enough, we have raised our voice enough at various platforms that equal property rights. Even today, equal property rights are again not even 50% we have achieved in getting equal property rights for women. So this is the only solution for that is the problem. If you have enough means, you can give, nothing wrong in it. And B, you can give, you are providing more security to your children. You feel, you consider only that. But if A gives, B gives, and definitely C also expects, and they compel us, they command us, then there will be a force. This is the societal impact. And how it is, therefore, better you give, instead of making it as a practice, giving something gifts at the time of marriage, you make equal property rights to girl children. But 2005 itself, it has become a central legislation. But even today, most of the, and in other, yesterday also I was in a forum, an academic forum, when I asked in a gathering of around 50 students, girl students, hardly I can say only 5-10 students they have raised their hand, know that how many of you are getting equal property rights. In your, there is a practice in your family, you have seen, you have witnessed, or your sisters, or your, how many of you are getting? Only 10 people. That means out of 50, 10 people are getting, and the remaining 40 are not. It is still unknown to them. Even some of them, they are not aware, and some of them are aware. In spite of that, they are not getting it. There is no such practice at the time of marriage. They give away. It is still prevailing. So that is the reason why dowry deaths are taking place. And not only that, in dowry death, it is confined only to dowry-related cruelty. And there is a lacuna in the existing laws. And what about still, we can say that, we can hear that no, a kind of harassment is still persists, that no, women are giving birth to only girl children. That's also one of the reasons. Of course, it has drastically, it has come down when compared to the earlier period, but it is not totally ruled out. It persists even. So that is also one of the reasons for divorce and other related. And so once the divorce is given for that now, and she's giving simply because for the reason, but some other kind of, that is not the valid ground for taking divorce, but they are attributing some other false allegations so as to attract the legal provisions. So these are all that are happening against women even today. So as a result, some other false allegations were leveled against women, so that they can whatever they feel that no, they want to that will successfully they will get their the divorce and all other practices, whatever they feel that. So that is they are using it as a prey to false allegations. And not only that, false allegation, this section 304B itself is an insufficient provision for women. Why? Because soon after Sudha Goyal's case, it is recognized a dowry death need to be, a separate provision is required, and that need to be incorporated into IPC. So because of this Sudha Goyal case compelled us to make necessary amendments to the IPC. As a result, it has brought what is that, the provision 304B. And it is given as only the name, also nomenclature also, it is only dowry death. So that means death occurred in connection with the dowry, then the provision will get attracted. But there are certain instances where in some of the case laws, and then where I have conducted empirical study on dowry deaths, dowry related offences, I came to know that in 3-4 occasions, in cases wherein in one case particularly, the husband is an advocate who knows the efficacy of law very well. And what he said that, and the wife, in this is a dowry death case, a wife gave a dying declaration very clearly that there was no harassment, not even a single instance of dowry harassment during her lifetime. So therefore, it is clearly, her dying declaration clearly ruled out that there is a dowry harassment. She gave, old lady, unfortunately, she has given, a very poor lady, she has given a dying declaration in such a way that, but the facts of the case, if you go through that, you can understand that, you can infer that there is a dowry violence. He was harassing her, subjecting her to cruel treatment. With that, you are giving birth only to girl children. You are an unchaste woman. A kind of false allegations leveled against her on a suspicious character and all so on, so etc. etc. When the violence gone to the peak level, she used to go to mother's place. There is no other go, obviously, because no property, no economic security. So because of all this economic insecurity, social insecurity, whatever it might be, and she there is no other go, she'll go to her natal place. When she goes to natal place, she used to come with, after the negotiations, after some time, no, with the intervention of elders, she has come back to husband's place with attractive gifts. Some kind of gifts was already in that particular case. he had a bike, old scooter in that place, no, and she came with a new motorbike in that place that was replaced, and then he was happy for some time, and the cycle goes on, and the facts of the case also narrated in that, and where this cycle repeats again, there will be sometimes the cruelty starts, and she goes home, and then she will come back with attractive gifts, maybe in the interest of children or whatever it might be. So this cycle repeats from this. It is very clear-cut case of that. He is greed for money. The husband is greed for money. He knows the efficacy of law, and he tried to see that there is no dowry harassment other than dowry harassment. Only suspecting fidelity of the wife. He has focused, contributed only that. And she gave a dying declaration that there is no dowry harassment, only he was suspecting my all along my character. So that was the situation. So obviously, when the case was filed against him, and then the court said that 304B will not be attracted, and he will be punished for 498A cruel treatment, and for that, and even the murder is not proved, and she was abetted to commit suicide, and so that is also not proved. So that is what it is happening, and for which 304B is not sufficient, because it is containing only, it covers only dowry related violence, not other than dowry related violence. But what about these sides? And this fellow in this particular case, who knows the efficacy of law, he tried to circumvent the law. So these are the gaps, deficiencies in the existing law that need to be addressed for meeting all types of violences that resulted in death. So dowry death. So even at one point of time, it is none other than Chief Justice of India, Justice A.S. Anand. He made it very clear in several occasions that there is no necessity of any other law for combating domestic violence. Already enough laws are there. If you feel that civil laws are there and criminal laws are there, if you feel that if you know what is that, you cannot continue to live with the husband because of cruel treatment or harassment or whatever it might be, as a civil law remedy, you can take divorce and you can come out. That is civil law remedy is there. Or you can take even more stringent laws, you can use that, recourse to that. Criminal law provisions are there, 498A and 304B and all other, of course, abatement to commit suicide or other provisions are also there. It reflects in death also. So therefore, enough laws are there. We don't require any other law to address domestic violence. That was the statement made by Supreme Court judges themselves on a couple of occasions. This is the opinion of various stakeholders of the law enforcement machinery. They feel like that. But yet no, we felt the necessity of law. Why? Because the first remedy, which is civil remedy, that is useful only for the breakage of the institution, the marriage, of the institution of marriage. And they cannot live together. It can be used only to sever the marital relations. And the second one is criminal law provisions. Second, criminal law provisions are there that at the most the wife who is in subjugation, who is in, suffering from violence, she can take revenge against the husband. There is no other relief to her. What she is going to do with the remedy? And if she is economically dependent upon the husband only, then in such case, no, if a case 498 case is lodged and then his guilt is proved, if is punished, imprisoned, the question of maintenance also doesn't arise. And moreover, 498 does not have blanket provision for, and again she has to approach the other court for maintenance and all. So all these are drawbacks are there, hurdles are there. So, but in spite of that, there is an opinion even among the judges of the Supreme Court, the higher bodies, the higher apex courts and all. There is no necessity to have law. Only attitudinal change must be there. Already we have enough laws, but we felt the necessity of a law. So in that, as a result, PV Act has come. Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act has come. So definitely this law is required. It is a women-friendly legislation. Even today, law is, we can say that it is definitely a beneficial law. But only thing is we have to use it as a shield, not as a sword. So where, but there are earning gaps in this law between the promise in print and the situation on ground, what it is happening. On paper, it is something, and in reality, it is something different. So how you may, if you think that no, even though the victim got some favorable orders, but due to poor infrastructure, lack of coordination between the departments within that, no, or even judicial delay. So they are all providing, and they're proving big deterrents on the implementation of this law. Law is good only, but the proper implementation is not there. That is the reason why definitely this law, earlier for 498A, if she can, the moment when she lodges a complaint, she will be knocked out of the house. So that is the reason why she was, resisted herself not to complain. She has not come forward to complain. But now, PV Act, right of residence is there, interim relief will be given, all these beneficial provisions are there, some kind of protection is there, even if she complains against a suspend. So that is the reason why definitely it is a beneficial law. She did not suffer in cruelty. She can come out and she can start living on her own. She need not, no longer be a victim of that particular situation. So therefore, we require this type of laws. As a result, of after a long battle by various women's lawyers associations and all that, we got successfully this law. But we are using, as we have to use it as a shield. But of course, there are in some occasions, where it is being misused. Why only Domestic Violence Act? All the laws are being misused. When it has come to women-friendly legislations, whenever there is a misuse of that law, it is being highlighted, it is being focused to little down the efficacy of that law. It is not actually for those who are misusing the law is made. It is the law which is made for the people who are really in need. But people who are really in need, they are not recourse to this particular law. Why? Because family values or filial values and family necessities, or the reputation of the family, or whatever it might be, restrict women not to complain. So this is what happening. But we cannot bring everything in to make it in a generalization for all types of complaints. It varies from case to case. But the irony is the society is considering in such a way that all types of complaints in a similar form, similar nature. So where there is definitely on women side also there is a problem. If she is not, she is good. If she is, in the initial stage, we have to adjust with, and she has come out. Or else, if she comes out, nowadays there is a change in attitude of a woman, and then she is arrogant, and that she can't adjust with that, and then this is happening everywhere. So like that and all. So these type of allegations were leveled. For that also, some of them they are afraid of for this, and silently they are observing even today. And some of those who are, we come across with these people, they are sharing their experiences. It is most unfortunate that still it is persisting. Even their attitudinal changes have almost, it is 50% of the women, they have come out of this, and their attitude is totally changed. In spite of that, it is happening. As long as the civilization is there, this subjugation against women is taking place. Unless we have to change our attitude, we must be firm. We must be, for which only the empowerment is empowerment of women. So women need to be empowered to come out of this, all this. And thanks to Corona, we can say that we are witnessing that male members in the family also can participate in domestic help. We have witnessed, right? Earlier, before Corona, the same family members we are living with, but we have never ever seen and we have never ever witnessed a male member was helping in domestic help. But I think during this period, most of the families, almost all, there is no other go, they try to help the other members. That means they are capable enough, they can do that, but they can do, but they won't do. That is what the wrong attitude. That attitudinal change we must bring. So if as a being, I can speak so many things and here the rights of women and all the stereotypic attitude must be changed and everything. When it has come to that, no, if at all I want to buy something, I want to buy. No, I will prefer my son to send out. But if at all I want to clean my utensils or something, I want to help anything, in cleaning and other, I used to take the help of my daughter. It is, I have to change myself, my perception. The change should come from that point. Even today it is happening. See, I spoke and till now so many rights and then the problems what women are facing. But when it has come to reality, I do in a different way. I act as an ordinary woman. So change should come from one's home itself. The stereotyping. Why don't I prefer my daughter to send outside to bring something? Why don't I prefer my son to take the help in helping me in house cleaning and other activities? So here, from there, we have to bring. And then empowerment. Definitely, it is a big word in this world for in case of women. Empowerment, it raises definitely their status. Definitely, it enables them to have equal rights in family, first of all, in the family, and as well as in the society also. So therefore, it is also empowerment prevents women from being oppressed and abused in the society, both in the society and the family. So the real empowerment of women can influence not only their lives. This is where I mentioned myself as an example, that this is what the empowerment starts. My home itself. I can use both my son and daughter for both the purposes. That attitudinal change, it should come from the home itself. So therefore, as a result, the real empowerment of women can influence not only their lives, but also the entire family. And it enhances the self-confidence. So therefore, the even the government goal, the goal of the government is not only enhance the growth, but it should be inclusive growth. Inclusive growth. So in such a way, the attitudinal change must come, and accordingly, if attitudinal change it is there, automatically the laws and the rights that conferred by various laws, it is very easy for us to implement, and we can internalize those laws. Mere institutionalization of laws is not sufficient enough. There must be internalization. Easily we can internalize those laws and successfully we can implement those. So empowerment, if you say that, it refers increasing the, definitely empowerment, not only even economic empowerment or whatever it might be, definitely the empowerment, it increases the spiritual, political, even social, economic, and the legal strength of women. So therefore, we want to come out of this violent behavior, abusive behavior, or whatever atmosphere. This is always, we can say, one should equip ourselves with our rights, and we have to rather always it is better to dependent take. Better you earn and give something towards and mold your career in the beginning, and to avoid this, if you are equip yourself, mold your career, unless and until you settle in your career and you don't think of the parents are also don't think of the marriage and all. See, for even today we feel that no marriage, if she gets, if she settles in career, when a boy is struggling in career, no, we will wait till he settles, whether it is a higher position or lower position. But in case of a girl, no, we don't wait for, if she struggles and then we'll wait for some time and afterwards immediately we can think of the marriage. And we don't wait in case of what we are following with a girl, boy child. The same thing that is happening as long as the stereotypic attitudes are continuing, violence against women persists. So therefore, and please shed that attitude, and then we have to no, assertive ourselves so that no, minimize it over a period of time. Gradually, it is not just like switch on and switch off. It's gradually we can come out of this trauma, and we can minimize the instances of violence against women. So with this, I would like to conclude my session. So that's what it is always, I would like to repeat it again, always good to own and give. You own and give something. It is always better than surrender and ask. Don't surrender yourself and don't be a dependent on others. And then you own something and try to give others. That is real empowerment. So with this, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my views and concern towards women with you. Once again, I thank to the organizers, particularly Professor C.M. Rao. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And once again, I wish you, all of you, happy Women's Day.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enlightening session. If you permit, can we deal with the question and answer round?
Yes.
Yes. Ma'am, there is one question related to domestic violence and dowry debt. One of the participants asked that since 2005 amendment to the Hindu Succession Act, many of the Honorable Supreme Court judgments have broadened the scope of rights of daughter in father's ancestor and self-acquired property. Has this movement in any way increased the case of domestic violence and dowry debts against women by her in-laws?
Pardon?
Has this
There is
movement?
break in your voice. There is break in your voice, please.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah. Tell me, ma'am.
Yes. Ma'am, since 2005 amendment to Hindu Succession Act, many of the
Yes.
Honorable Supreme Court judgments have broadened the scope of right of daughters in father's ancestor property and self-acquired property. Has this movement in any way increased the scope of domestic violence and dowry debts against women by her in-laws?
Yes, a good question. See, to the present generation, from the passing of, that's my observation regarding this equal property rights for women right now. So it is a strategy developed to minimize dowry practice, right? And so therefore, equal property rights were given to that. And how many of you, that's what I told, no, how many of in a platform yesterday where I had an opportunity to interact with some of the students, not students, it is an audience. It's mixed students or other professionals, no? Only out of 50, no, only 10 people, they raised that they are getting equal property rights. But law is there and judgments are there, but no equal property rights. And when it has come to practice, they are not getting it. They are not getting it. And definitely equal property rights are there. That's what I told in the concluding remarks also. You better you own something and give it to something to others. Then only you can lead a dignified way of life. But if you economically dependent on others, and definitely economic dependency lead women to subjugation and other related subjugations. So therefore, the property, equal property rights, if it is implemented properly, definitely it is a step towards the achievement and empowerment. And definitely it will have impact on directly on instances of domestic violence we can minimize. That's what I feel.
Thank you.
But we are, unfortunately, we are misusing this law nowadays. Yes.
Yes. And second question is that more than 130 countries have criminalized marital rape and gender neutral rape. So can we take inspiration from these countries and bring a law on the same lines in India also?
Definitely, because nowadays, no, women were confined to four walls of a house, and there is no stress, strain, and other aspects are there. No, they don't even realize that there is a marital rape. They don't consider it as there is a marital rape. And moreover, in a modern world, no, we are more conscious about right to choice, right to sexual autonomy, and all. We were very conscious about. Earlier also, these rights were available with women, but they were not conscious about, and they don't even feel that it is a part of marital life. There is no even there is no. They don't even think of marital rape. It is a marital rape. Where is the question of rape by the husband? It was a situation. But in a present world, no, it's a busy world. Women are also equally going for outside for work and all. In the profession, she is also busy, right? No, in such a situation, she might not be interested, and without the will of, she is forced to rather sometimes, and she has to go against her will and our choice and all. So in such definitely it needs to be, but it's, unfortunately, it is not recognized as a crime, right? So unless and until it is recognized as a crime, a kind of a deterrence will be there, a kind of deterrence. But no, we cannot punish. How many husbands will get punished if you by making it as a crime on paper? But in it is again, it's a big practical impossibility to implement such a law. But definitely, again, it is one's consciousness. They have to understand the feelings of each other. No, the partner violence. It's a heinous form of partner violence nowadays. More number of cases now we are people are coming forward to, and that is one of the reasons for increasing rate of divorce. The cruelty, not related with the dowry or not related with the monetary or financial grounds, but this is also one of the reasons for cruelty. When they are approaching the court for taking divorce.
Yes. Ma'am, next question is, yes, dowry is illegal in India, but people demand big fat wedding from the girl's parents. They put pressure on the girls. So how?
Dowry, no, your echoing sound is there, ma. Your question is not clear.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, but it's echoing sound is there. Not clear. Okay.
Ma'am, there is a question from one of our attendees that dowry is illegal in India, but people demand big fat wedding from the girl's parents. They put pressure on girls. So how can we deal with this very issue, ma'am?
See, that is what still it is persisting in our country. So, but the same family, whether they are coming forward to complain against such guy, they are not complaining. We have a fear that no, the moment when she complains that no, the family will get, there will be a breakage of family, and the marital tie-up will, no, definitely it will break. So therefore, as long as that fear is there, no, they try to encash it. They try to encash it, and then that is the reason why we don't want. Even parents are also no, you try to adjust with that, and then they try to satisfy the demands of to certain extent beyond, even if it is not up to their level, and to certain extent they try to satisfy. They're responding positively what he expects. So because of that, no, and at the most the poor parents, and my daughter must be safe, and then she has to continue in to live in that marital society and all. Otherwise the society will look down us, and that attitude we should not, we have to come on. let them to a few days they will speak something, but she need not, those who make comments against us know whether they will come forward to rescue her and to take care of her. No, therefore, let them speak a few days. But ultimately, we have to think of our safety, we have to think of our convenience, and we have to protect our dignity. We have to lead a dignified way of life. This is only in such case where in a worst situation, you need not continue with these people. You have to, better you come out where there is no dignity, there is no convenient for you, or rather comfortable living for you. So the impact will be there upon the children also. If the children who are witnessing within the family that mother is suffering from violence, and the children, they try to repeat once they become elder. Of a girl child, so if a patriarchal attitude, if it is shown by the father, the girl child will, she imbibes, mentally she develops in such a way that no, she will be nurtured. The mental makeup is in such a way that I have to be no, like that, no, subjugated to no, my attitude, my like this, I have to be like this, how the mother is, and she has developed in such a way, and a mental makeup, she tune her mindset in such a way. But the same case, no, the boy who witnessed the same trauma, the same conditions, the same atmosphere, who is nurtured in the same atmosphere, the boy, he developed in a different attitude. So patriarchy is there, male domination is there, and he will develop the male dominated ideologies. The children in the family violence is taking place. The children, two different children who have been witnessed this, they are in a different way. Their mindset is being developed, and they try to repeat the same when they grow up. So that is the reason why you need not be there. You come out. Now the society is drastically changed. That's what, as far as possible, you try to minimize that and try to amicably solve the problem. If you are not in a position to come out.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, last question is related to Sabrimala issue. Maybe this is not directly related to current topics, but if you permit, can I ask this question? These two questions. It is related to
Not
Sabrimala.
audible, ma?
Hello, ma'am.
Not audible.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
There is some problem. May I leave and come join back once again?
Okay, ma'am.
Yes. Am I audible, ma? Am I audible?
Yes, yes,
Ah,
ma'am. Now voice is clear, ma'am.
yes.
Ma'am, next question is directly not related to current topic, but it is still burning issue as the matter is sub judice. It is related to Sabrimala case. If you permit, can I ask this question?
Yeah, yes. What's wrong? Yes.
Yes.
Ah.
Ma'am, in recent times, we are witnessing from Sabrimala to till now that hijab case, there is a constant struggle between the constitutional morality and the public morality. Is there any difference between them? And if yes, how to have the balance between both of these concepts?
Yes, definitely. See, a constitution says that no equality and all. But when it has come to social morality, rather I can say that social morality, the cultural taboos, why this practice is developed, that need to be balanced. Right now, and they even that is what even dissenting opinion given by Madam Indu Malhotra, being a woman, Justice Indu Malhotra. So she has given more importance to social morality rather than constitutional morality. So that is what in that particular practice, it is only for, of course, I tilted to more towards constitutional morality. Why? Because and only to avoid in the menstruation period, she is not supposed to enter. Only for that, no, the people who are of that particular age, they not supposed to visit the temple. That is, normally, if not only that particular temple, any temple, if you take that, no, we try to avoid. We have those who have a strong belief on God, and then who are visiting temples and all. So they don't go for any menstruation period and all. Any temple, if not only that particular Sabarimala temple alone. If not, take any temple, even which is near to next to our door. Even within our own house, no, we don't even we don't prefer to perform puja, to enter into puja room if you have a separate room and all. We have that sentiments and all. We have that is different issue. But when it has come to constitution, it is giving equal rights to. But remaining days, now all of us, we are going to all other temples and all. Why it is not only this particular temple? That is what, they are all, not only that, the impact of this judgment in all other masjids and all, women can enter into, and then in Singapore also, women were allowed to go the sensing Singapore. No, earlier they were not allowed to. Women were not allowed to go to the upstairs where the idol is there. No, Seni Bhagavan was there. No, and they were limited only to a particular level. And so now it is allowed. It is being everywhere. The impact is there. So why do we discriminate simply on that basis? It is one's sanctity and all. It is one's own consciousness. If I feel that no, I don't. I don't. It is even there is a scientific reason behind this also. Why you do not visit temples and should not perform puja and all on particular days? No, we require rest at that time. So that is the major reason you are not supposed to. So that is the reason, not because of any other reason. Scientifically also, it doesn't mean that they are impure. No question of impurity or. So therefore, I prefer constitutional morality rather than. So simply because of a particular, it is a cultural practice, age-old practice, and because of this, no, you should not visit a temple and all. And no particular age group, it is a ban. It need to be continued. Why should we continue? This is what I tilted towards more constitutional morality rather than social morality.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. And really thank you for wonderfully answering all these questions, ma'am. As we are approaching towards the end of session, I take the opportunity to present a vote of thanks. I'm extremely thankful to our resource person, Professor Dr. Revati ma'am, for enlightening us with her exceptional knowledge and make us aware about our own rights and remedies for the infringement of the same. I'm thankful to our principal, Dr. C.M. Rao sir, Vice Principal Sri Kishan More sir, Dr. Aparna Kotapalle, IQC Coordinator, Sheetal Barahate, Coordinator of this program, to make this program happen at such a grand level on the eve of Women's Day. I'm thankful to the coordinator to giving me this opportunity. And last but not the least, I'm thankful to all our attendees for their patient hearing. Thank you so much. After this session, there would be immediately fourth session. Stay tuned, guys.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rucha. I wish you all the best. And I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. May I leave?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I, Rajasri Savre, student of MP Law College, welcome you all in the fourth session of National Level Training Program on Women's Rights, organized by MLNG Societies, Manikchand Pahade Law College, Aurangabad. In this fourth session, we have with us as a resource person, that is Professor Dr. Dolly Jabbal ma'am, who is an Professor of Law, National Law University, Odisha. Ma'am will enlighten us on the very important theme of reproductive and maternal health and nutritional deficiencies among women. I take the opportunity to introduce our resource person. Dr. Dolly Jabbal ma'am is a teacher of banking and property law with 10 years of experience at National Law University, Also, respected ma'am is the author of 2 books and 8 articles and has developed interdisciplinary model for the study of law. Ma'am's approach to the study of law has been a healthy mix of classical literature and case study, which not only helps in building in-depth knowledge but also teaches functional aspect to the students of law to make them intellectually able and market ready. Ma'am has named various publications such as Law Development and Socio-Economic Policy, published by EBC India, Gujarat Law Journal, Emerging Legal Issues in Corporate Social Responsibility and Frauds in India, in December 2012, explaining and undertaking research methodology in legal research and interdisciplinary education fields in India. And also, Ma'am has graved the knowledge by being the resource person in various conferences, such as resource person in the National Seminar on Rights of Transgender Issues and Challenges in 2018, Faculty Development Program on Corporate Law in 2015, Strengthening Participatory Democracy in 2014, and also member of various university bodies. We are very honored to have such an intellectual resource person amongst us. But before respected ma'am address us, there are few announcements to make for the participants, that if those of who have any query, any question, please post it in the chat box. After ma'am's address, we will take the questions one by one so that there will be no query. Now, I request Honorable Dr. Dolly Jubbal ma'am to kindly enlighten us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Rajeshwari, and a very long introduction. Well, of course, I don't require that because being in this line for the past not 10 years but 15 years, serving in fact in the national universities for 15 years, as in it becomes like what you are to see as in the new changes and all, what brings us to see that yes, we keep developing ourselves, and equally as in yes, we see that yes, how we move ahead in life along with the students. Now, it's a great pleasure, and I take my I'm really happy, and I'm thankful to Professor C.M. Rao, which of course a short introduction which we had in one of the NAC meetings, and that's how I think he happened to send me an invitation for speaking, and it was quite in advance, as in which he had sent me the invitation through Sheetal Madam. She was constantly in touch with me, and I'm really thankful to her also, and I'm thankful to every one of you to invite me to speak on Women's Day for a topic which is known to all, that is women, and especially as in when it comes to rights, we are not familiar with it being Women Day. So if at all, as in today, if you ask me, I would be speaking as a teacher or a law professor. I'm not doing that today. I don't want to speak as one of them. Why? Well, because the moment I had received the call from the college, I remember I was tempted as in to speak about law, the legal provisions. That crossed my mind. And knowing the fact as in, well, if we have the right as in, of course, let us, like being a law from the law fraternity, let us find out what is law. And that, I think that is inbuilt in all of us who belong to this very sector, isn't it? Where what we do is we search things in law within us and what we can find, and we start giving solutions to it. And that too, it comes out from law. So well, we have to have a law, we have to have an act in place, we have to have a stringent act, because just immediately as in before this session, we had Professor Revati speaking, and very beautifully, as in she had brought in some answers to the questions which we have before us. So, of course, it does demand law, but then is it all what we should be doing? Well, because if law, if you tell me, it's all in place, So if there are approximately, as in if there are 100 participants here itself, I pose a question. And the question is, how many of us know that law? The rights. The rights of a woman, how many of us know it? And it's a beautiful topic as in which you all have chosen. And especially as in I should be really thanking Professor Rao because his ability in academia and especially as in when it comes to because every renowned professor in this field knows him. He's a veteran. He's a veteran. CM Rao, oh, he's a veteran. He's one of the veterans in the law field. So knowing him and he was so selective in picking up the topic and telling that rights of women, a very apt topic for this today's discussion. Or I would say rather, I would call it a awareness program than a training program. Well, of course, awareness is also one of the trainings. So given the opportunity to speak, yes, I would take the help of some presentations if you allow me, because from morning I know you have gone through as in some of the areas as in I also witnessed it, that yes, it was beautifully as in going ahead with the presentations with bringing in law, the aspects of as in how it should be applied. Well, of course, I will touch on law, but not much of it. So rather I would tell you that yes, I would take you to a journey which is unconventional. And the journey which you take with me, I don't know if I will be able to. I'll make an attempt, just give you a snapshot of it. I'll make an attempt to see that yes, I successfully reached to that end note which I have created with a small research which I have made as in from the articles from books, reading some cases, bringing it before. As I said that no, I was tempted to. Then I said, no, I should stop that. I should not be only discussing law. I should not be, because being a woman, first being a human, and second a woman, that very thought, what we have in our mind is, we become woman not by birth. You get it? We do not become woman by birth. It's the way we are put into that ढांचा जिसको बोलते हैं. That's how as in we, so let us as in walk through the journey. And of course, for me, as in I think in the itinerary, I can see there are 3 subtopics which are given to me. One is that is under right to women. I have reproductive and mental health. The other subtopic is nutritional deficiency amongst women. And the last is education and empowerment issues. So yes, when we think of empowerment, yes, I would speak loud about it. That yes, what exactly we require. We in the sense as in not as an individual being woman, but yes, the society, what it requires, how it brings in a change. To see that there's the difference, suppose if I start with a question also, that is, if I compare Indian women with US women or American women, can you differentiate between them and us? Well, suppose if I compare them educationally also, maybe if I can intellectually also, if I compare them. Well, Indian women are far superior intellect-wise. I'm not discriminating, but yes, we are far superior. Because if you compare the institutions, organizations, the percentage there in US, how many women are heading those institutions or organizations, or here in India, you'll find there's a disparity as in this. The number is huge here in India, or Indian women rather, not in India, Indian women across the world, then compared to an American woman. So intellectually, as in, yes, we are capable. But then the very thought or the difference in bringing in that what we at the end as in what I'll speak about it in detail when we travel through that very journey, we'll figure out as in 2 things which are very most essential for a woman. And what is it? As in to know her rights first, of course, the woman or the girl should be educated. And when we say the girl should be educated, how many states? Oh yes, of course, we have the right to education. Through our constitutional rights, as in, we've been given that. But then when we look into that right also, that right is implemented where? Suppose we have a reservation. Fine. Institutions till 12th. Could be as in like in my state here where I stay as in Orissa. I have witnessed it as in that yes, there are the educational reservations for women. It's free as in for women till post-graduation level. So when it comes to a professional institution, do we have that? We do not. We do not. So wherein as in when I compare the education which is given till post-graduation and compare it with the professional, you get the distinction, the professional, where it actually should have. And for that matter, as in if you look for jobs, if you're asking the woman to be independent or a girl to be independent, she would be more as in if suppose she has gone ahead with a professional institution, she would fetch a job for her rather being a postgraduate or rather as a graduate. She would never have most of the cases and she would never get a good job. So it leads to what? The second most important thing for a woman is what then? That is financial capability, or the empowering her financially. These two things are very much found in America. And why have I picked up that? Because if you study through that graph also, you'll figure out that when you're comparing it, there, of course, you would see that, yes, because the girl child is put to studies. Not that I'm talking about reservations there, but yes, she's financially empowered. And that's basically the difference that yes, she outrights a man in her society. Whereas compared to India, we do not. So beginning with the first topic which I have, that is, allow me to present it as in through a presentation, which gives me the sole idea that is what we have here is that is reproductive and mental rights, a snapshot. I've traced it as a snapshot. And when it comes to the research which I have made, some glimpses I came across as in through articles, through books, through web, internet platform, that is e-resources and all. I, of course, acknowledge everything what I read. And then equally as a presenter, I would also say that the law which is addressed here is basically Indian law. Otherwise, if it is stated specially as in that, yes, it is some other law. And then I limit my study as an of research, which is up to 30th January 2022, not beyond that. Now, taking a, like if I tell let's prelude as in one is not born a woman, as I said, one becomes one. So one becomes one as in, let me see if I can prove from that presentation what I have. And while traveling through this presentation, you'd figure out I have taken snapshots as in from how I map out this very topic which is given to us as a presentation. So what is reproductive rights? First, that question comes to my mind. Well, general idea. What is reproductive right? Because if you look into these topics and all, they are rather, it's not more into legal. It's rather the topics as in are socially relevant. Be it your nutritional, say the topic which we have is nutritional deficiency and also, or the reproductive right, or how do we link it through law? Let us see if I can justify it to the minimalist as and I can do, because at the end I would say there's two things matter is one is how we educate the girl child, and the other is empowering. That would make a difference. Nothing more, because as in the previous presentation also, which you must have heard constantly as an yes, it's a patriarchal society, and of course that's the reason also given everywhere. We belong to a patriarchal society, so the thinking, the way we think, that thought process should be changed. There we should have been changing rather, because we have sufficient laws here with us. So what then with a new law? So here when we talk about what are reproductive rights in general, it comes to our mind that yes, right of all couples and individuals to decide freely and responsibly the number, spacing, and timing of their children. Right to information and means to do so. Then the highest standard of reproductive health. That's one of the right to highest standard of reproductive health. Then when we talk about the right to make decision concerning reproductive free of discrimination, conscience, and violence. What is this? Why is this important? Reason as in being as in women as objects of control, healthcare, death. So for that reason, as it becomes important for us to know it. Now, again and again, we see the courts have been at the forefront of expanding protection or protecting, promoting reproductive rights. We have seen the courts as in extending their hands there ahead. But then I traveled through some of the conferences which were made, and the conferences like we had one, the International Conference of Population and Development in the year 1994. The other conference, as in what we saw as in Beijing Platform for Action, 1995. The same topic, if I read through them and understand that what are reproductive rights, somewhere as in I relate through the same thing as what I understand generally, but let us visit that. So what have they to say? And what was the outcome of that? It says women have the right to decide freely and responsibly the number, spacing, and timing of their children. Having the information and means to decide freely and responsibly the number, spacing, and timing for their children. Attain the highest standard of sexual and reproductive health, meaning to have the right to be physically, mentally, and socially healthy with access to medical, mental, and social facilities, serves and supports the and exercise your sexual and reproductive rights. Make decisions about your reproductive free of discrimination, conscience, and violence. There doesn't it says that it is your decision whether you have 0, 1, or 7 children. It is your decision whether you undergo female sterilization now or when you are 50 or not at all. Then, as I said, the Beijing platform, the year 1995. How did they look through this particular terminology as in when we use what are reproductive rights? So somewhere as in it says the promotion of their rights should be the fundamental basis for governing and community sponsors policies and programs. The government must consider your rights as a fundamental part of the law it enacts, the policy it puts in place, and the program it creates. So they won't look into the policy making and certain rights which are made fundamental and implementation of that. So that was the outcome of this particular platform, that is a Beijing Platform for Action, 1995. But then when we say that the right to equality in reproductive decisions, then when we pick on, so when we do that, we come across as in choose whether or when to marry and start a family. Marriage should be with full and free and informed consent of both individuals. Decide freely and responsibly the number and spacing of your children. You have the right to make reproductive decisions when it comes to your body, your health, and your family. So keeping this in mind as in, and the understanding what we have here, that works. So from here as in you could figure out how much is are we into and how much we are not. I'm not bringing in any law. Right? So then we take the right to sexual and reproductive security then. Is that live a life free of gender bias violation. This includes sexual violence, intersex trafficking, dowry related violence, and rape based on the facts that you are female. Protection of physical and mental integrity. You have the right to live a life free of mental harm and violence based on the facts that you are female. So is female a stigma? Let's travel ahead to figure out. So here we have the next is right to reproductive and sexual health services. This is safe and affordable methods of family planning. If you decide to have children, you will be able to do so in a safe environment with medical care and assistance. If you decide to use family planning services, you will have access to these services in a safe and hygienic environment. Safe motherhood. You have the right to survive pregnancy. Nearly 1 lakh women die each year during childbirth, and 1/5 of these pregnancies are unwanted. So looking through that, as an again, I leave it on you to decide. Where are we? Where are we? Next I pick on is, that is the same continuation of the right of reproduction and sexual health services. The management of gynecological problems, infertility, preventions, and treatment and prevention of sexual transmitted diseases, that is STI, with sexually transmitted infections, and HIV and AIDS or AIDS. Now, if you are an HIV or an AIDS positive, or have a sexually transmitted disease, you have the right to medical treatment. Now, the highest incidence of sexual transmitted disease infections and HIV or AIDS reflects the practice of unsafe sex. Those living with HIV or AIDS have to live not only with this disease, but also with the stigma that they go through. Go through. Now, this is the reproductive sexual health services. Next, when we talk about the right to access to information and education, and we had the Times of India also coming out on such a topic once upon a time. This is the right to access to information and education includes to the right to access information regarding sexual and reproductive issues so that you can make informed decisions. This information must be provided in a clear, complete, and sensitive manner. So then you can figure out where are we. I put a question again and again in this slide. Then comes the maternal mortality. So this is the statistics as in what we have before us. So if the statistics, if we see, India accounts for 20% of the mortality deaths worldwide. The MMR ratio is 240. Some states have 480. Now, 1 in 70 women is at risk during the maternity death. A woman in India dies every 8 minutes for childbirth related complications. China, we have 45. Ireland, we have 0. US, we have 12. Now, to sum up this, that is about 75% of these deaths are preventable where women have access to family planning services and emergency structured cares, which we do not have. We'll see through that also. We'll go through that also sometimes from now. Now, abortion. Let's see through abortion. What in abortion? Now, termination of pregnancy, safe and simple procedure is demanded. 1/5 of pregnancies in India are unwanted and unplanned. In India, 2/3 of all abortions are unsafe, infertility and death. Then significant contributor to India's MMR is the death mortality we speak of. Every hour, 8 women and girls die from unsafe abortions. About 18,000 women a year. Quite a number. Quite a number. Then cohesive population control. So when it comes to cohesive, we have the only way as in here in India, but it's not, again, I'm highlighting India in this sense, or somewhere as in segregating it. But then we should speak of the reality. So if we have cohesive population control, it's the way we find here is sterilization. So number one form of birth control in India, no access to other forms of birth control. Targets and initiatives cohesive, unethical, unsafe environments. Then no information consent, class, social group. Next is, broadly speaking, when we somewhere bring out all of it, like access to good quality family planning services, consulting that respect the reproductive needs of individuals and couples, and prevention of unwanted pregnancy, that should be there. Provision of safe motherhood services and infant care during and after pregnancy. Prevention, I've just jotted down some points as in through those study as in what I figured out. In the sense as in, yes, these things for me become important. Rather, I speak more of law. Fine. So prevention of unsafe abortions and management of consequences of unsafe abortions. Prevention and management of reproductive disorders, including sexuality transmitted diseases and sexual transmitted infections. Prevention and treatment of HIV or AIDS, and empowering adolescents by giving them comprehensive reproductive and sexual health information and education, which is missing again in India. Now, reproductive right issues invoked, and the issues which come to our mind. Some I have just jotted it down here. Are they? Maternal mortality is one, which is an MM. So we've seen the MM ratio also, that is 240. The other is abortion. Cohesive population control, right to food, anemia, poverty, housing, child marriage, HIV or AIDS, malaria, cruel, inhuman treatment, contraception, sex education, sex ratio, surrogacy, clinical trials, SC and ST, youth sexual health, gender-based discrimination. So if you look into as in yes, the opposite, you would find this against the other. So in this regard, as in when we think of the Constitution of India, it's a national law we do have a space which it speaks very loud. That we find it through Article 21. And Article 21 as read in the Indian Constitution, we have no person shall be deprived of life, his or her life, personal liberty, except according to procedures established by law. The Supreme Court of India issued that Article 21 includes. So if it is the right to health, yes, violation is death. If it's the right to be free from torture and inhuman treatment, yes, violation, forced abortion is one of them. If it is the right to shelter, yes, violation is homeless, pregnant, and lactating mother. The right to privacy and the right to dignity, that's one. Violation, coercive female sterilization. So Yes, we have a space in the Constitution. Yes, then looking through this as in, where are we? So then again, I would say sufficient laws. Another article, which of course speaks very broadly, is that is section Article 14 of the Indian Constitution, the right to equal access to the law, equality before law, and the equal protection of the law within the territory of India. Then you have as much right to access the law as its protections as anyone else in the country. Like if you're comparing it with men, the other genders, and also how much where are we? Then Article 15, it says the right to life without discrimination. So if it is discrimination against an Indian citizen based on any religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them, is prohibited through this article. No matter what sex, age, place of birth, race you have the right. But then how much you get it? So, well, this is one of the famous cases, and all of you must be knowing it. It is known as James versus State of Bihar. The name as in a Center for Health and Reproductive Management versus State of Bihar. It's a 2011 case. A denial of mental health care in Bihar. What violations? Collections of fees by doctors and nurses for referrals and registration, pregnancy. Dilapidated and insanitized health services without electricity, toilet, running water, and blood supplies. Lack of transport services for pregnant women. Lack of safe abortion services. Lack of grievance redressal systems for violations suffered and resulting in maternal death. Government steps in. When government steps in, as in, it has its obligation to ensure access to mental health services under the Constitution of India and international human rights. It does it. Does it ensure it in the manner that is it really implemented, or was it enforced? That system, here we have a gap. Then we have some other cases which we can witness through PILs, as in, which you must be knowing about. Punabai versus State of MP. There's a small glimpse of what were the facts. The finding a tribal area where an Adivasi woman had no choice but to give outside the hospital after repeated denial of medical treatment. She gave birth to a child outside the hospital. Now, government health facility functioned without blood emergency, obstetric facilities, basic medicines, adequate stuff. Now, the High Court steps in here through this PIL, telling that no, there's an immediate change required. The immediate change required would be, that is, the court also ordered that the semi-government monitoring committee had initially found violations investigates to ensure that the court order were complied with. What were the orders? That is, issued somewhere with regard to the staff, proper medicines, equipment, facilities related to the patients, as in of a kind like this, as in when we see, or in fact to all. So again, there's a question mark to the health sector, especially related to issues of a kind like this. Then we have another case, Ramakant Rai versus Union of India and others, along with Viveka versus Union of Others case, which of course gross violence associated with sterilization throughout the country was there. Relevant law was Article 14, 15, 21, and 45. The Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women existed. The Beijing and the Cairo platforms provided sufficient empowerment, or whatever we can say, that yes, it did speak loud. But then here the Supreme Court, then we see it did create a number of lessons, list number of doctors, limit number of doctors. Pre-procedure checklist had to be created. Uniform copies of consent forms had to be taken. Statistics, inquire into violence, prosecution, and insurance policies. Through this case, as we see, that is, the outcome was or was not through again a committee. You may be familiar with this case also, that is Priya Kelly versus NCT of Delhi and others. It's a 2013 case. And this 2013 case, of course, the Times of India published an article about Priya Kelly, if you remember, a homeless woman who had lost her baby to exposure after she delivered on the balcony of an homeless shelter where she lives. And the fact-finding body was constituted to see that, yes, how to figure out as an such a big incident as in that, yes, why is it so unsafe, as in calling it a shelter home, and why is it so unsafe? The families, including pregnant women, lived in absolute scope and struggle to provide food to their families. So it was a difficulty. That was also found through the fact finding, as in, yes, they also noticed this. Well, the petition was filed in asking the court to issue immediate interim orders in the case for maternal health care, heaters second, hot water heaters for bathing, and 3 meals a day for all residents. So you know the end of this particular case, as in, yes, what was the outcome of this case. Then we had Kalpana Mehta versus Union of India and others. This is a 2009 case, so where we had some, basically, as in to say that some girls who were adolescent, especially as in the state of Andhra Pradesh and Gujarat, what happened was around somewhere 24,000 adolescent girls didn't know it. They extremely, as in from the marginalized community, they were vaccinated with a typical human papilloma virus. This vaccination, as in, did not have any study ahead or back. Now, not knowledgeable, well, they were brought to the place as in where the vaccination was, and they were vaccinated with this HPV vaccination. Now, the petitioners here have asked for compensation and medical follow-up for the girls and for the licenses of the products to be suspended until proper scientific and legal procedures are guaranteed. So this was basically, as in, yes, affecting the reproductive system of an individual. So how could this happen? So yes, the petitioners, so we know the outcome of this case also. Now the legal protections we have before us, again, I would repeat. We have sufficient laws, as I said. So not to be ignored there. But yes, in place we have Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, 14, 15. Laws like Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 1971 we have before us. And that through that, as we come to know that women have rights to medical terminancy of abortion up to 12 weeks, 1 doctor, 20 weeks, they would require 2 doctors. If giving birth would be caused unjust physical and mental harm to the woman, the child would be born with severe defects. National entitlement schemes are there. National Rural Health missions are there. National maternity benefit schemes are there. Official guidelines are there. Now, from your end, as a study, how much is implemented or exercised? Or how many of us know about it? So that we can definitely, with all that ease, can ask for that right through a small application. We get to have that benefit. I leave a question mark here. Then, what are we supposed to do? What can we do? So when we say what can we do, it comes to as in that take what we have learned, especially as in when we see that share it up with other women in our community, especially vulnerables. When you see violence, record it, keep record of what you see and talk to women whose rights have been violated. It's general awareness as an or somewhere as in we act. Then meet with someone who will help you do something about it. Form a group that helps minor reproductive right violations in your community to raise awareness and share information and resources. This is what we can do. But then it's not the end. As I said, it is essentially as in it has to be educating the girl child, be what come, and making her financially capable. And when you educate her, you definitely make her financially capable in future. She becomes more so in the sense as an independent. So I stopped the sharing here to see that if any questions, I'll take the presentation ahead as in with another such note as in which we have is in the next subtopic is nutrition. So here for nutrition as in I will talk less because again I would say it's a more socio-legal issue rather the issue which is of course to be taken as just give me a second. Minute. I hope I'm not boring you because some glimpses which I took, which I don't know if it will benefit or not, but yes, just an awareness which I'm making here. So if it is nutrition issues, which again I have taken a snapshot. The snapshot as in it speaks of more a social issue than rather relating to a legal issue. So yes, broadly as in if I talk about the nutritional deficiency amongst women, it's broadly as in to come under these headings and because of reasons of this kind. What is it? It's a low socio-economic status. This is one of it. Illiteracy. Lack of awareness regarding nutrients and their requirements. Overpopulation. Decreased food production. Lack of healthcare facilities. Large families. Cultural influences. Infections. Overnourishment amongst the group of high socio-economic status. Superstitious beliefs, misconceptions, limited availability, inadequacy of food products, and dietary practices. So these are the broader areas as in where we see that yes, the deficiency or the reason for deficiency is. Now, being the solution, and what is the solution? So we require to change the socio-economic issue. Like it's a socio-economic issue, right? So we require to change. So we don't require as such a law here. But law may act as facilitator, but its efficacy is doubtful. So if at all we force ourselves to bring in a law, I'm doubtful, or in fact, as in the use of it will be doubtful. How do you enforce it? Well, we've talked so much about the rights. How much are we aware of? So you're hardly aware of certain rights as in which they exist. Like the previous session, as Revati Madam was talking about the property rights which are existing. How many of us know it? And in fact, if we know it also, how many of us can command that in the family or demand that in the family? Suppose a small issue of partition raised. Can a woman in the or the girl in the house raise that issue? Is that right given to her? No. It only comes when the man in the house or the son in the house, they talk about that, yes, we want it. And just for the sake of formality, could be a notice put up before the girl that, yes, are you interested or not? So in fact, she would not show her interest there. Rather, she would pull her hand out. No, I'm not interested. Because being in this profession for long, if I say 15 years, yes, 15 years in law schools, but another 3 years in a traditional university. B would come as an, it's not that I'm somewhere as an bringing in not what is real. Like, be it in every family. But what I have experienced, like working as a woman, and I remember as a way back when I was 30 years old, I was offered the registrarship of one of the premier law schools. And yes, there was opposition. How can a woman become a registrar of a law school? That was one of it. There was only one person as an yes who somewhere backed me. He said, no, I want X to be the registrar. And if X to be the registrar as an yes, there was time as in that law school had certain struggles which it went through. And being benefited being a founder faculty of that law school, I was knowing each and every detail and how it could be rectified. So right from inception, as in I had that interest that no, some sort of improvement which is required, which I, if in small time also, if I can contribute, I'll do a good work. So I was nowhere interested because from my side, it was a no. No, I don't want to be a registrar. I'm fine with a faculty, fine being a faculty there. But it was as if like it was forced to me without giving a space to say no. So when I accepted it in the year 2010, and the challenges what I faced, just one person there who backed me was my vice chancellor or the director of that university. Then after that, as in yes, the changes which was brought in within a span of 2 years. Then I had my followers. And till date, as in yes, I appreciate that, yes, madam, you should have continued here rather than choosing your hometown to be out for. So yes, there are challenges. There are ways as in how we put up. And again, another real-time reality as in which every woman faces. Be you in a professional job or be a small-time job, what you're doing, or you're in any business also. Be what come. You're there with, if the pie is not turned up at home, nobody will expect that, yes, you are somewhere, that yes, the households will be done by the man there. So it's expected that yes, the woman has to do it. So again, it's not that yes, we have to bring in a change there. That no, a helping hand, and anybody can do it. If it is with, you become a cook, you become a wife, you become a mother, you become a daughter, you become a daughter-in-law, and the journey continues. And when the journey continues, you somewhere as I realize that why is it so? Again, I would say that yes, it is the thought process what we have in India. And that's why I say that yes, and for reasons, even if we are educated, the ढांचा होता है, उसमें हम लोग को ढाल दिया जाता है. If I think that yes, I'm a woman, I have to strike out, no, I cannot do these things. If I'm a boy, yes, I can do everything. So be it workplace, be at home, that invisible discrimination what we see. And this invisible discrimination when it comes, to an extent as in yes, there are others to back and justify it. We women justify it. So if it is, as in this line, if you ask me, what in workplace then? Another subtopic. There are three things which comes to my mind if it is in workplace. So what are they? One is India has got robust anti-discriminatory laws at workplace that we are all aware of. Society plays a dominant role in disempowerment of women. That you will agree with me. Then an educated and an assertive woman faces invisible discrimination at workplace, women society, as I told you. So when it comes to giving a job, like as I said, why I brought in that small example, in my real time experience, it's just because as I was a woman, there was obstruction there that no, I cannot become the registrar of the university. But then things, if you just ignore, that should not, and somewhere as in suppress you, telling that no, and you start believing on that. And you take it as no, that is right, that we cannot move ahead. It's only a man who can occupy that space, not a woman. So that mentality as a we need to change. That no, we can do, as a woman, we can do everything. So if we are equal as in, if that treatment, because see that again, that discrimination, which is invisible, which is visible, you may say. If it comes to, we have a law which is Equal Payment Wages Act. It speaks about equal work and equal pay. Then the discrimination made, and especially in the informal sectors, that's visible in spite of the law, isn't it? So for that reason, as in I have a small end note to where we should reach. That end note speaks of, like, if you're talking about the solution, again, I would say it's not what we need to search in law, or what the conclusion we should make is that no, we have to create another act. No, it's wise creating another act. Well, there are sufficient laws which we can implement, we said. But then, apart from that, to sum up, the social networks are a key and underappreciated component of the process of economic and human development. Social networks are a source of informal credit, insurance, and information about things like job, rights, as well as health services and technology, such as those related to fertility, and family planning. It's an economist speaking of that. But what we need here, we already have enough laws, as I said. Non-discrimination, protection at workplace, and matrimonial homes, etc. We require better implementation of the existing law. That's one. But the foremost solution where I see is that is when we have poverty, which leads to disentitlement. And this entitlement leads to violations, it is physical, emotional, and professional, which leads to effective servitudes of women. So we need economic empowerment through effective social actions to ensure that society should not disempower women, and invisible discrimination must stop at home and at workplace, and all glass ceilings must evaporate. So in that case, as in, love her, but leave her white. That is all. I thank the organizers, and I hope I have done justice the topics which were given to me. And if at all, as in, yes, there are questions, I could take it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was such an informative session. There is one question that do you think that there is an impact and interconnection of surrogacy law on women's reproductive rights?
No, if you talk about surrogacy law, today what we see as in, like in Japan, what happened from beginning, when we compare it as in, yes, we demand that, yes, today women is also equally outside as in working. Fine. So when it comes to giving a space to women, I would rather not consider this surrogacy law in that line as in that, no, it is taking away the right of a woman as in to be, but rather I would look into that, yes, it somewhere as in gives a space or somewhere as in, yes, if we say for reasons the woman is unable to go ahead with the family or somewhere giving birth to the child, I think we have the solution there available, that is how she could have a child.
Thank you, ma'am. There is another question. One of
Please.
our attendees want your view on international position of surrogacy law and our position.
Well, today, if you ask for a surrogacy law, just go ahead with its change which is made of late. And during the recommendation also, I had also recommended some of my points there. So if at all, as when you look into our law, it is quite, the previous law was rather more in a negative point. But today, as in India, when we look into, yes, it's quite understood that, yes, why the importance of surrogacy law is required. Why is it important here in India? And compared to as in US, yes, the law there and here, if you're comparing it, well, not much of a difference we find there from the present law that we have the surrogacy after certain amendments which are made and it's notified.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enriching our knowledge. No matter what language you speak, but a kind smiling thank you always speaks to everyone's heart. So we are moving towards the vote of thanks. I, on behalf of this institution, would like to thank our fourth session's resource person, Dr. Dolly Jabbal ma'am, for such an informative session. Thank you so much, ma'am. I would also like to thank our beloved principal, Dr. C.M. Rao sir, and I would also like to thank Vice Principal S.N. More sir. I would also like to thank IQSC Coordinator Dr. Aparna Kotapalle ma'am. I would also like to thank Dr. Sheetal Barate ma'am, coordinator of this training program. And in the end, I would also like to thank to all the attendees for attending this session. Please stay connected for the validatory session. It will be commenced in a few minutes. And there is one more announcement that in the validatory session, there will be a views of the trainees. So those who want to give their names, they can post in the chat box while the validatory session is on. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Rajeshwari, and thank you. Thanks for the principal's invitation for me. Thank you, Sheetal ma'am. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
For the team, please stay connected for the validatory session. The time has come to draw a curtain to our program. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all. Good afternoon all and a very warm welcome to all. On behalf of the MLNG Societies, Manikchand Pahade Law College, Aurangabad, from women rights to till reproductive and mental health, we all are enriched to the best of the knowledge from best expertise on this International Women's Day. On this validatory session, we have with us Dr. Durgambini Patel ma'am, who is an Associate Dean, KP Mehta School of Law, Mumbai, as our validatory session's chief guest, and Advocate Dr. Kalpalata Patil Bharaswadkar ma'am, Honorable Secretary, MLNG Society, as our president for this validatory program. To start off this program, now I request Dr. Sheetal Bharate ma'am, coordinator of this online national level training program on women's right to give a brief review of this training program. Over to you, ma'am.
Madam, you are not audible.
I'm very sorry for this inconvenience. Actually, some network issue it was there. President of this function, Advocate Kalpalata Patil Bhaswar Madam, Secretary MLNG Society, respected Principal Sir, Dr. C.M. Rao Sir, Vice Principal More Sir, IQC Coordinator, Tapali Madam, and all the participants and faculty members. While giving a brief summary of this training program, I must share with you all that we have started with the inaugural session wherein Dr. Elizabeth Madam, respected Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu National Law University, Tamil Nadu, she gave inaugural address wherein she emphasized on the role of society, role of family and state in protecting the rights of women. Further, in the first session, we have heard Professor Rajalakshmi Madam from Andhra University, who was keynote speaker, and she explained about various provisions of UDHR and CEDAW, wherein women's rights they are highlighted. In the second session, we had with us Professor K. Sudha Madam from DSNLU, who dealt with the national perspectives of women's rights, wherein she discussed various constitutional provisions along with the recent judicial pronouncements. We heard the thorough discourse of Professor Revati Madam on domestic violence and legislative remedies in the third session. Just now in the fourth session, a discussion was there by Professor Dolly Dabbal Madam on the reproductive and maternal health of women and nutritional deficiencies among women. All these resource persons, they have given rather intellectual feast to all the participants. By their discourse, they sensitized our participants about the various women rights contained in different national and international enactments, instruments. Definitely knowledge of these rights, it will enable the participants to work towards the proper implementation of this women's rights without any violation. And as rightly pointed out by Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, Elizabeth Madam, we will work towards the gender sensitized society, rather means instead of gender neutral society. Because for having that, we should have sensitization towards the rights of women. I am thankful to all the resource persons for sharing their valuable knowledge with us. Equally, I am thankful towards the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Durgamini Patel Madam, and the president of this session, Dr. Advocate Kalpalata Patil Madam, who will be with us and sharing their knowledge. I am thankful to respected principal sir, Vice Principal Sir, and all the respected members of MLNG Society for always motivating us to conduct such a programs. With this short review of this training program, I will stop here. I am thankful towards the organizers for giving me this opportunity to place my review before you all. Thank you, one and all. Over to you, Rajesh.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I request participants to express their views about this training program. Miss Trupti Talkar, ma'am, want to express their views. Over to you, ma'am.
हॅलो हॅलो सर्वांना महिला दिनाच्या शुभेच्छा. मी तृप्ती उदय तळकर, विक्टर डेंटस लॉ कॉलेज सिंधुदुर्ग कुडाळमधून लॉ स्टुडंट्स आहे, सेकंड इयरला आहे. सर्वप्रथम मी माणिकचंद पहाडे लॉ कॉलेजचं खूप खूप आभार मानते की तुम्ही हे सगळं कार्यक्रम ऑर्गनाईज केला. मी लास्ट प्रोग्राम पण एक अटेंड केला होता आणि हा पण अटेंड केला. या कॉलेजने दिग्गज व्यक्तींना सर्वांना बोलवून आम्हाला भरपूर असं नॉलेज मिळालं. पुस्तकी नॉलेज नसून पुस्तकाच्या बाहेरील म्हणजे यांचे विचार आणि त्यांनी जे आम्हाला जे भरपूर नॉलेज दिलंय त्याचा मला भरपूरच उपयोग होईल आणि अभ्यासाच्या दृष्टीने पण त्याचा उपयोग होईल. अशाच प्रकारचे कार्यक्रम होत राहावे असं मी एमपी कॉलेज पहाडे कॉलेज यांना मी रिक्वेस्ट करते आणि असंच पार्टिसिपेट आम्हाला करता यावे आणि अशाच प्रकारचे मार्गदर्शन मिळून आमचं मोटिवेशन आणि इन्स्पायरेशन असंच वाढत जाऊ दे. बस बाकी सर्व एमपी कॉलेजच्या प्राचार्यांना थँक्यू अँड शीतल मॅम कोऑर्डिनेटसाठी थँक्यू आणि इतर सर्व विचारवंत दिग्गज व्यक्ती आले त्यांच्यासाठी थँक्यू. खरंच खूप हेल्पफुल आणि कार्यक्रम खूप चांगला होता. थँक्यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now I Rajashree Savale, student of Law College, take opportunity to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Durgamani Patel, ma'am. Born in Pune, respected ma'am has completed their Bachelor of Arts and rank holder in LLB and also completed LLM with PhD in law. Being itself an achiever, ma'am is a recipient of National Merit Scholarship in LLM and also received first prizes such as Vasudev Venkatesh Pandit Prize, Vishwanath Parvati Gokhale Prize. Respected ma'am has also done Junior Research Fellowship and Senior Research Fellowship of UGC in India, and also ma'am is the recipient of Mandus Fellowship, and also ma'am has done 2 publications and 35 article publications, and also ma'am has done several article publications such as Principle of Legislation and Judicial Process, Journal of Symbiosis Law College Pune, and also Journal of Legal Studies, Journal of Legal Studies in Jaipur, and Democracy, Social Justice and Development in Conceptual Analysis, Vidyavati Law Journal, Rajasthan.
Again, please don't read all them. It will take you long.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. We are very delighted to have such an intellectual person amongst us. Now I request Honorable Ma'am to enlighten us.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. आणि माझ्या महिला दिनानिमित्त सर्वांना माझ्या मनापासून शुभेच्छा. I can speak both in Marathi as well as in English. मधनं मी मराठीचा पण उल्लेख करेन, पण थोडीशी मातृभाषेमध्ये आपण बोलायला पाहिजे. नाव महिला दिन, वी से इंटरनॅशनल महिला दिन. का हा दिवस फक्त एकच दिवस साजरा करायचा असतो? तर कधी कधी असा प्रश्न पडतो, आपण साजरा करतो आणि नंतर विसरून जातो. बट it is not like that. This is to remind that we are strong, we have our own identity, and we will stand for justice. Now, especially being student of law, this is very essential that we understand we are not talking about biological equality. It is the it is the gender neutrality which we are talking about and not the biological equality. I was reading one book which, if possible, you may read. It is called as Invisible Spaces. And the author has very nicely written, and though it was not only in the Asian culture, you find that the difference is too large, but it was a Western culture where we say that they have reached to certain amount of equality, but it is not so. So this book, I wanted you to read some of the books which have been written by feminists trying to talk about the kind of discrimination which is there. In this invisible space, it is trying to say there are many spaces where women play a very important and significant role, but they don't get acknowledged for what they do. And many judgments of the Supreme Court also, we should be very thankful to our Supreme Court judge. In various judgments regarding women's empowerment, there have been good judgments which are come with an enlightened ideas, trying to identify the role of the woman and trying to empower her. And even the legislature has played a very important role. Post independent, we have seen so many legislations have been made to empower women and to bring them on equal status. Now, when we fight for a right, I just wanted to say that when we fight for a right, we should also think of the duties. Many a times it happens that women claim for rights, but they don't perform their duties, and especially with reference to taking care of the parents. Nowadays, girls know that they have equal right to property, shoulder to shoulder that of the brother. So it should not happen that the girl and the daughter, mulgi and javai, only come for asking their right. But when it comes to looking after the old people, लगेच तो जावई जो इक्वालिटी म्हणतो तो लगेच पाहुणा होतो. अशा गोष्टी नसाव्यात. महिलांनी समजायला पाहिजे की आपण आपल्या आईवडिलांची जबाबदारी आपल्यावर सुद्धा आहे. खूपदा असं होतं की मुली जबाबदारी घ्यायला कमी पडतात तेव्हा आणि शेवटी जबाबदारी येते ती भावांवर येते. पण तसं होऊ नये. मुलींनी हे लक्षात ठेवायला पाहिजे की जर आपण भावाच्या खांद्याला खांदा लावून आपण जर हक्क मागत असो तर आई वडिलांना सांभाळायची ती जबाबदारी आपल्यात पण आहे, आपली पण आहे. तेव्हा आपण असं म्हणून प्रथा रूढी ह्याच्या मागे जाऊ नये. जर एक प्रथा आपण जस्ट अ मिनिट हॅलो So there was a internal call, so I had to pick up. So I want to make aware that wherever we claim a right, we should understand that we also have duty. So we should empower ourselves not only from the angle of right, but we should empower us from the angle of duties also. This is very, very important. I have seen, I'm not saying that the girls don't take care of, it is not taking emotional care. It is actually taking physical and financial care. This is what is essential. Even today, there are many laws which are not gender neutral. You still find whether it is insurance law or whether it even in property law, there are some kind of discrimination. We have to still go long way in trying to achieve equality for women. But that must but however, we should be very positive because over a period of time, lot changes have come. Whether it is the legislations or whether it is judgment law, these things are day by day. There is a saying in Hindi that खुद को कर बुलंद इतना कि खुदा भी बंदे से कहे बोल तेरी मर्जी क्या है. So we have to be strong for ourselves emotionally, financially, physically. That doesn't mean that I want to say that you take advantage of it. Womanhood is not for taking advantage, but womanhood is for taking equal share everywhere in all spaces. And this is what modern feminism means, that to recognize that she is not only there is gender equality, gender neutrality, which is there. So womanhood is not to be exploited, but womanhood has to be cared and nurtured. Many a times those laws which are made for women for protecting, they are sometimes misused. So let me tell you, we should be very careful that nothing, no laws which are meant for our empowerment should be misused. And we should emerge as a strong entity by ourselves and try to be an institution in ourselves, having confidence in ourselves. When you want to go away from the customs, try to also go away from customary situations or customary values. And let me tell you, I just want to explain one. I'm not going to give a speech, but I want to explain my experience. I was trying to talk about women's right, domestic violence, exploitation against women. There was one male professor, very senior male professor, and he was right. He told me, in most of the cases which you find with regard to cruelty against women, it is not only the man or it is not only the husband, but always you will find that the husband is either there is the mother-in-law or the daughter-in-law and the husband. It is very rare that cruelty matters only it is against husband. So, and a study was made of one of the district courts, and it was seen that while seeking a divorce on the ground of cruelty, in most of the cases, it is claimed also the cruelty is from the side of the mother-in-law or the sister-in-law or whatever it is. So, what this senior person wanted to say was that it is the women who is an enemy of women. And in many cases, you will find that if a social transformation does not occur, it is not because of the men, because women are more clinging to Rudi and Parampara, or in the name of Rudi and Parampara, continuing a kind of exploitation. So I feel that no, we should not play a blame game blaming the men, but also the women must change their attitude, and they must support another woman, whether it is mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, or sister-in-law. We should support each other, because many a times it is among the women because of which the transformations don't come for. So be an enlightened individual. Try to see that due to some ideas or due to some customary rules and regulations, you don't make injustice towards another woman. So if women can help women, then men cannot uh, exploit or cannot violate the rights of women. So if all women come together, the men will not be able to do violation or exploit or do cruelty towards women. So let us pray on this day of International Women's Day that we all united, we strong for empowerment of each other, and also we would deliver the same duties as our counterparts, and we will emerge as equal entity. So wish you all a very, very happy Women's Day. And since I have a very short time, I have to come to class and I go back to my class. Wish you all a very good luck and a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you once again. Now I request Advocate Dr. Kalpalata Patil Bharaswadkar, ma'am, Honorable Secretary, MLNG Society, to give the presidential address.
Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. Into that heaven of freedom, my father led my country awake. I'll say, Each and every one of us dream for such a safe environment and protection of self-respect of women. And I hope that every one of you will agree for that. Good afternoon, everyone. Chief guest of today's training program valedictory function, Dr. Durgamini Patel, Madam, Principal, Dr. C.M. Rao, sir, coordinator of this function, all the professors, non-teaching staff, and all the participants. First of all, I extend my heartfelt wishes to all of you on the occasion of International Women's Day. With the qualities like courage, compassion, perseverance, women always try to make the world a better place to live. I'd like to congratulate the organizers for arranging a national level training program on women's rights. You know that Indian Constitution has guaranteed right to gender equality. And with the feature of protective discrimination in favor of women, so many rights have been conferred on women. Today in this training program, there were a number of renowned speakers who participated and expressed their views. So I'll say that you got a spaced on this occasion of International Women's Day, different aspects of rights for women. Different aspects must have been discussed. Even in this valedictory speech, Patel Madam discussed different aspects. Here, I'd like you to think over the practically think about it. That is, there are so many rights, but knowledge of these rights to each and every woman, and not only knowledge, but to courage to stand up and fight for the right. So literacy about the right, and courage to stand up and speak, because it is very difficult to build up that courage. So I'd like to call upon all the not only the speakers but even the participants to initiate legal literacy camps, not just camps, but in any program, just in any program, you can see that you literate not only women, but even other society members about the rights. And you help in building courage to stand up and fight against the violation. At the same time, I think that it is necessary to guide, advise, suggest women not to misuse their rights, because we observe while working in court, we observe, even we work out different matters, we in mediation, we observe that women sometimes misuse the rights under matrimonial laws and sometimes under any other laws. So we should guide ladies to avoid such misuse of rights and to assert the rights in proper direction for the welfare of, not only welfare of women, but welfare of the society and the nation as a whole. I once again give you all my best wishes on the occasion of International Women's Day and take your leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you once again. Moving towards the vote of thanks, honorable dignitaries and most valued guest, it's my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of this esteemed institution. We want to express our gratitude to honorable chief guest of this validatory session, that is Dr. Durgambini Patel ma'am, who has spared her precious time for us and graced this online national level training program on women's rights with her presence. Thank you so much, ma'am. I extend our sincere thanks to Honorable Advocate Dr. Kalpalata Patil Bharaswadkar ma'am, Secretary MLNG Society, for delivering the presidential address. And also, I like to thank all the MLNG Society members for being our backbone in our endeavor and constantly motivating and inspiring us. I would also like to thank Professor Dr. V.S. Elizabeth ma'am and Dr. Rajalakshmi ma'am for their address. I would also like to thank Dr. K. Sudha ma'am for being the resource person of second session. I would also like to thank Professor Dr. R. Revati ma'am for third session, and I would also like to thank Professor Dr. Dolly Jabal ma'am for the fourth session. Thank you so much. A warm thank goes to our principal Dr. C.M. Rao sir, as well as Vice Principal S.N. More sir, for their vision and commitment to the work and its execution. I would also like to thank IQSC coordinator Dr. Aparna Kotapalle ma'am. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the immense contribution of Dr. Sheetal Bharate ma'am for coordinating this program. Behind every successful program lies the manifold attempts of our beloved faculty. So I would like to thank our dedicated faculty. Finally, in the end, I would extend my wholehearted gratitude to all our attendees for attending the training program. Thank you one and all. With the permission of all the dignitaries, I declare this program has been ended. Please fill the feedback form and send on the link. Thank you so much, everyone.